stream time. Let me just go finish posting my socials. Yippee. And then let me go and grab all of the homework. Because holy shit, we have so much this time. We have homework and we have stuff to critique after, and it's gonna be fun. So we got this one by Zavasa. Hello, Nightshade. Hi, hi. Hope you're having a good day today. And we got this one by Avo. I'll like go through them one at a time once I get them all up. So we always start with the homework. Hello, Neil, and hello, Seven. Hope you guys are having a good day today. I'll allow people some time to hop into stream before I get to correcting. Thank you for the hydrate. I have not drank much water today. I love cubes. I love cubes too. I love Minecraft. Minecraft is so fun. A fish? What do you mean fish? Oh wait, gonna work on posting clips that I got from your last stream today because I've been procrastinating posting. No worries. Take your time. You are doing a really wonderful, nice thing for me. It is like no rush. Take your sweet time. I appreciate any and all support. Fish? I don't know where the fish came from. Yippee, bat mode. So let me shrink down. There we go. There we go. I become that. Bat mode's a really good way to support. I agree. Bat mode, best mode. Bat mode, best teacher. I really do need to add a little bit more rigging onto it, though. I want to spice it up a bit. But I'm glad you guys like bat mode. I made it in like less than 24 hours, so I'm pretty happy you guys enjoy. Squid mode, there do be a squid mode too, but we are in bat mode today. Or at least for now, for the next like 10 minutes. Like Big Bat? Well, if I go Big Bat, you can't see anything else. You can't see any of the art stuff. Also, just one moment. Okay, there we go. Squid mode and bat mode are fighting for control pretty much. Oh no, if you redeem squid mode, actually, we may have to see. I won't refund you yet because I'm not sure if squid mode will trigger after this one ends. If it doesn't automatically trigger, I'll trigger it myself. Just remind me in like 10 minutes. Okay. We've given people a couple minutes to get in, so I think we can start with critique time. Auto triggered to squid, then someone made it back to bat. Oh wait, did they? Oh shit, they did! Sorry, I wasn't looking at my screen at the time. I actually have no idea how that's gonna interact with one another in the queue. We shall find out. I wonder if it'll get me stuck in one of the modes. If it happens, it happens. Okay. Let's see. I set a timer? Hell yeah. We'll see how long it lasts. Okay. God, my voice still feels like kind of scratchy from the other day, to be honest. I must drink more water. Hello, Hero! How are you today? I'm so excited because I'm gonna be able to critique that art of yours that you put in the critique channel a while back. After we do the homework corrections, of course. Okay. So first thing we always do with critiques is we check values because values are so important. Values are very, very good at just getting across, like, how light and dark things are, and different materials will, like, have, like, either higher or lower darks and lights and highlights, or sometimes, depending on the material, it might just be, like, very similar, and it won't have drastic contrast. But you can tell from Zavas's art that, like, God, they're so fucking good with values. They've gotten really, really good with them. I do feel like they could push it just a little bit further, because we don't see a whole lot of really, really darks. But at the same time, like, especially on the water glass, I think the water glass is the, like, best one here that they've done today. Because you have a very subtle, like, very dark area, and then you have, like, a lot of light because it's just being reflected from the water. So I really fucking love this one. Critique this? I mean, I could, like... that art piece has plenty of emotion. You can tell by the body language that they are very much enjoying just, locking lips. Having the fingers on the face, you know, very passionate. And the angles are good. It gets the point across, you know? Almost done with the homework too. Yeah, if you submit it before we finish today, make sure to tell me so that I can see. Okay. So, let's see. One of the things that I'm not as fond of is that it's specifically just a metal cube. And the only reason I say that is because different metals will have, like, different ranges of color and different ranges of, like, light and dark. So metal by itself is very, very vague. It does look like it's a softer metal, just because it's matte and not, like, super shiny. Like, it has a little bit of a shine on the edge. But I think it would be better if you looked up a very, very specific type of metal to reference. Because, like, the way you, like, shade, like, titanium wouldn't be the same way that you'd shade, like, gold, for example. Kind of looks like clay. Yeah, it looks like a really, really soft metal. Like, what's a good example? Is lead soft? I don't think lead's... No, lead is not soft. Lead stops, like, bullets and shit. I know there's definitely softer metals. Lead, yeah. I think soft might be the word not the word I'm looking for. Is it really soft? I mean, like, gold, I do know gold is soft, but, like, or I guess it looks unpolished. But yeah, it doesn't look super, like, shiny metally, but of course that might be the type of metal that you were going for. So if I assume you were going for, like, a softer, more matte metal, I would say you absolutely pulled it off. If you weren't going for a matte metal and you were going more for, like, shiny, I would make sure to just add in a lot more highlights, basically. Because when you have a very, very shiny material, the light is going to bounce off that, bounce off the surrounding stuff, bounce back, and you're just gonna get like a lot of shininess. But even just adding like some highlights around the corners and like edges and stuff can help a lot with just making it look shiny. But again, if shiny wasn't your intention, then you pulled it off really, really, really well. Because there is no right or wrong, and I cannot read your minds. It can also help to go with darker darks as well, because it can make the shininess stand out. So I would personally darken some areas just a little bit more. Honestly, that might be a little too dark, but eh. Still gets the point across. Values are so important. Also, guys, can you believe Zavasa does all this shit on their phone? I think that's fucking wild, bro. Zavasa's a fucking wizard. So I'm actually gonna not have that there because the shadows go in from the back. A little bit of a deeper shadow nearby the object as well might also help. Because shadows aren't usually just one solid color, because they'll get like slightly lighter as they interact with more with the light. I'm also just focusing on a value, not color, so if it looks a little off, that's probably why. But just like simple like that. If you just really want to emphasize things. Because you can see, like, even with this, just like adding just a tiny bit makes such a difference. Working through video stuff now? Yeah. Thank you again, Nightshade. Much appreciated. And hello, Onyx. I'm doing good. Aluminum's very matte. Can't polish it, I think. I don't think that's true. There's definitely, very shiny aluminum, like, coated stuff. But if we're talking, like, aluminum, like, foil and stuff, I think that's different. But even then, it's still, like, shiny. Until you crinkle it anyway. You can smush it together and make it really compact and then smooth it with a sand grinder. Honestly, we didn't do a sand grinder, but I used to like ball up things of aluminum foil from like lunch and just ball it up like really tight and then press it down on a flat surface and rub it back and forth until it was like shiny. Also, thank you for the quiet greeting, Expedia. Thank you. What gives it the matte look is the oxide layer. Ah, I see, yeah. God, metal is like fucking crazy, dude. There are so many different kinds of like metals and they all interact differently and it's just cool. You're not right, kind of tired, had to be at work at 4 a.m., didn't finish until 4 p.m., now it's 8:30, so yeah, I'm tired. Understandable. Gosh, that sounds fucking exhausting, dude. Oh, I am not envious. I hope you get to have a good sleep tonight. Blair disappears sometimes. That's most likely the bat redeem and the squid redeem being done. Cause when they're done, they'll automatically trigger me to go back to my regular model. So since there were like 3 in a short period, I think it just triggered turning back like 3 times. Belly button bits unwashed though? What the fuck, bro? At least wash them first. I mean, I'll take any biddies, but I want the clean biddies, you know? Also, I would have thought that would throw the biddies, did it not? I think my tits program has been a little wonky lately. You had an emote for 5K cheers? Do I? That's a good question. I'm really, really behind on emotes. Because I don't like working on emotes. They're like one of my least favorite things to work on. Because I don't know, they're just so tiny and they're so difficult in my opinion. Not the tits program? Yeah, the tits program. Perhaps it needs an update? Maybe, actually. That's actually a good possibility. It didn't prompt me to update, though. And everything looks like it's on. Let me double check, where is it? Let me double check StreamerBot. Okay, that's quirky. So that's interesting, StreamerBot. It's connected to everything except my channel. I may have to, let's see. I love when things don't work. This is cool. StreamerBot's like, no, fuck you, yeah. Let me log out of StreamerBot and log back in real quick. I'm probably gonna have to do the whole, whatchamacallit thing. Fucking the get codes for verification or some shit, probably. Oh, now it's connected. Let's go. Okay, now things should hopefully work. Fingers crossed. I was fully expecting to have to do the fucking code in your email shit. I hate doing that stuff. I know it's for security, but it's like, ugh. If I got you a toe, would you add it temporarily, or do you like using only emotes you've made? Preferably I do like using just emotes I've made, though a toe would be pretty funny. It would go pretty hard as a temporary emote. Okay, let's move on to the second one here. So let's see. I honestly really fucking love Zavas's color choice with this. And they did really, really good on the values too. Again, I'd probably push darks just a smidge more. Like just the tiniest little bit. Because, like, adding in a good chunk of, like, dark here will make the shiny bits stand out all the more. And then it'll, just give it more of a, like, kind of, like, slimy feel. Also, something I think that would be really, really cool to add to this as well would be, just, like, bits of slime, like, off to the side. Because then you can, like, really, really get the texture in there. Maybe even have it, like, pool up at the bottom a little. And then, like, have it... Well, the thing is, like, you don't want the shadow too dark on this one because, like, slime texture, you are getting, like, the light going through the entire thing. So it's not gonna have, like, as dark of a shadow as, like, a metal. But what you can do is you can change the color of the shadow coming off. Because since it's a, like, transparent material, you're gonna get, like, a little bit of green shining through. You can get that even if the material isn't, like, transparent. Just because, like, light can, like, bounce around. But I know they definitely caught on to this because of their amber down here. Which they did the same thing. I can talk to my people and make it happen. Listen, if you make it happen, I will add it as a temporary emote, okay? Temporary. It will be replaced, but I can have it there temporarily until I make a new one. And maybe it'll motivate me to make a new one. I am easily bribed. Posted 6 vids, let's go! Da, da, da. So yeah, main things with slime. I would make it look very, very slimy just by adding a little extra, little drippiness. Then make sure the shadow has a little bit of color. And also shadow is always going to be darkest, like, right next, well, because I don't want to go too dark. This is such like an interesting material. So I was gonna say it should be like darkest around the edges, but since it's transparent, like it's probably not too dark. But yeah, I think I'd go with something like that. And if you really, really want to, you could probably even like do a like add glow layer on top and like make it like really shiny. Cause like when light hits this thing, it's going like in and it's bouncing around inside and some of it's coming back up. So it's just gonna be very, very like glossy. Good thing I didn't also alter one of my glizzies. I mean, nothing wrong with a glizzy, man. Want the red lines on the toenail? Sure, man. I will accept the red toe lines. Want to hear about something? Gonna buy that I'm really excited for? Of course! I love hearing what people are excited for. Also, I want to put all my corrections in a folder. Here we go. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, never mind. No folder for me. The one thing I don't like about Clip Studio is sometimes putting things in folders like breaks what they do, and I'm like, don't like that one. On it, dude, I can't wait. Have something within 30 business days, I'll keep a lookout. I will be on watch for it. Okay. Now, I already said, like, this one is, like, my absolute fucking favorite. I love this so much. The glass is, like, so well done. Like, honestly, I don't even really know, like, what really to critique other than, like, maybe darker darks, but at the same time, the values look really good to me. Like, I think just, like, adding a little bit and exaggerating some things might be beneficial, but, like, I just did a really solid job on this. And, like, anything I add would just be, like, instinctual, because I have a feeling that they actually did really use a, very clear reference for this. So I kind of don't really want to correct it too much, because I don't know what the original looks like. And if they didn't use a reference, holy fucking shit. Like, if you didn't use a reference of Vasa, I am just fucking thoroughly impressed. Because I think the only advice I can really offer would be, like, stylistically. But at the same time, this was, like, a material study, so, like, you shouldn't even, like, feel the need to go, like, stylistic unless you wanted to, which is also totally fine. Like, I think the only advice I can really offer is just, like, sparkle it up if you want to. Like, if you really want to, you don't need to. Just add like a little bit of extra highlight. Little tiny smidge of extra shadow in some places. And I guess if you like really, really wanted to, you could kind of do the same thing we did with the slime because like in reality, when you have like a glass of water, like depending on the temperature and everything, obviously, you're gonna get like some condensation on the outside. So you could add that if you really wanted to. Just a couple things. But it is like totally fine as it is. Material study? Yeah, it's not my material study. This one is Zavasa's. Mine was a really, really quick just example for what people should do because this was the homework assignment this week. But I'm having so much fun correcting Zavasa's. And they chose such really interesting materials too. Got my motorbike license? Oh, that's hype! Saved enough for a new sports bike, heading to the dealer next week. That's so exciting! Also, thank you for the follow, Invaderson. Thank you, thank you. Your design looks really cute. I love your icon. Pink and like blue go so well together and it just makes me think of cotton candy. But thank you, thank you. Welcome to Purgatory, and if you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky, I have all of those. If you don't care about either of those, it's also A-okay. Can't wait to take it for a drive. Understandable. Dude, like, the only thing I'm comfortable driving is a bike. I'm not really comfortable with, like, motorbikes. They scare me. I have full faith I would do a fucky-wucky and hurt myself. But bikes are so cool. I've always wanted to just, like... I don't want to drive one. I want to, like, ride on one with someone who's capable. Looking forward to Slime Girl Blaire? I don't think I've done Slime Girl yet. Though technically, even though I haven't announced it or made like official art of it, I don't think. Technically, my true form is kind of Slime Girlish. Some cube makes me want some Jello, but the ones with the cubes inside, I don't like the ones with the cubes inside. I like regular Jello. Seen a bazillion of these. First time I've seen somebody go with cheese. I know, the cheese is such like an interesting one. Thank you so much. You're welcome. It's such a cute design, dude. I actually want to see like your full design. Let me see. Oh, and your banner art is so cute too. And your model, ah! I love you. It's so cute, and you have little stripies too. I love seeing fellow characters with stripies. Sorry, not to put you in the spotlight. My apologies. I just really like your design. Then fucky wucky when I was doing my driving lessons, ruh-roh. Bikes can be very, very fucky wucky. Friend let me use his fixer-up bike that already has been wrecked a few times. I see. Good friend. Blaire on a motorbike? I mean, I can do it, but absolutely not understandable. I do not blame you for that. Actually, emo, I made my model emo, never seen it, and it was coincidental. Ah, fair, fair. Model's more Stargirl based, like Sailor Moon. I love Sailor Moon. I think Sailor Moon was like, it was either the first anime I watched or like close to it. I don't remember which one was actually my first at this point, though. It's been too long ago. Okay. Trying to think of how to critique the cheese. I haven't drawn that much cheese in my lifetime. Let's see. I think the main critique I have with it would not be in the shading or anything, but maybe in the shape and the perspective. Because if we assume it's a like rectangular like pyramid, like this kind of shape, then the end here is a little bit too curved, I think. So it would like affect how like the shadow is. So I don't know if they were going for fully rectangle or maybe like triangular prism. I'm not sure which one. So I'd like maybe just because it's specifically just because it's a material study, I'd assume they may want to go for like this specific shape. And just like based on the shadow, I would just like adjust it slightly. Triangles are fucking hard though, dude. Squares and shit, easy. When you start bringing in like triangles or like spheres or like cylinders, it's like, So yeah, I think my main critique with this one, would just be in the shape of the object, really. And then just a little bit of a darker shadow. And maybe even lighten other parts of the shadow as well, depending on which way you're having this shadow. Because it looks like the light is either from behind on this side based on the shadow or from the front. But if it's from the front, you wouldn't have this shadow here. And this side would be lighter. So I'm gonna assume that this one's the front instead. And say that the shadow should be more like this. Or maybe even like tighter than that, and then have the back be the darkest area. But I do really like the vibe they were going for. I think the shadow down here looks more aesthetically pleasing despite being like less realistic. And then I'd probably also just do like, let's see. I'd also maybe do like a little bit of a soft shadow as well. Like, let's see. Like just a slight gradient to really like emphasize that that side's going like further away. And then maybe a little touch of highlights on like the edges. Where the light's gonna like hit most. I'm not using any references though, so take some of this with a grain of salt. References are your best friend. And it also depends on like stylistically how you want to do things. And you also don't always need to render everything like all the time, especially if it's in like a background. Because sometimes less details is more. You can see how much of a difference just like changing up the shape and a little bit of shadow does. Hello, Corliv. Hi. You smell stinky. It's probably me. I should probably shower. I did not shower this morning. Is it okay if I post your Discord in one of the clips I just got from your stream? Yeah, of course. I am more than happy for people to join my Discord more. Which is difficult too, making a wedge-shaped part of a gun and eventually says screw it, it's a cylinder now. Honestly, so fair. There are so many things that are just made of up of like a bunch of like really complicated shapes and stuff, and it's like Inuyasha was my first, and I'll always rewatch it once a year. I love Inuyasha so much. I see that that's where you got the cheek stripies and stuff from too. Me too, man. I love Inuyasha. It just makes me so fucking happy, and it's so good, and just Good thing about art, if you screw up and it looks bad, it's a mistake, but if you screw up and it looks good, it's style. Exactly. Embrace your mistakes. Do you go crazy with layers, or do you color pick a lot for your pieces? Hard to keep layers so organized for me. I do a lot of color picking and same layer shit. I definitely do use layers in like my illustrations and stuff, but my layers are very, very messy. I've honestly been debating making a Patreon as well, where people could just like toss me a buck or two and get my files, like my originals, so that they can see how much of a mess my layers are. Cheese for attracting the hot rat girls I see. Smart, smart. Zavasa knows what they were doing. To be fair, who's gonna sniff at you? Exactly. I am safe in my own home. Speaking of which, I actually will be moving soon. I finally got a date for my move, and it's gonna be May 31st, so that's exciting. But let us move on to the next piece. Or not the next piece, the next part of this. Da, da, da. So with the amber is so well done. I absolutely adore that they did the highlight on the bottom. I'm actually going to look up a reference for this one just because amber is very specific. Rather than cheese where there's like a bunch of different kinds of cheeses. So let me find a good example of amber. It also depends on like which picture of amber you reference as well, because different ambers can be like darker or lighter or have like more clarity or less clarity. So that's definitely something to take into account as well. With any material that you draw, not all of them are going to be made equal. Like even something like denim, you could have like thicker or thinner or lighter or darker. So it's definitely not a one size fits all kind of deal. Which one of these ambers is a really good example? Da, 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 da. This one might be the best example. I hope no one's freaked out by scorpions. If you are, I apologize in advance. Also, thank you for the stretch. Be in Japan then? Hell yeah! Layers are so organized, people in the layer list think I'm making a live 2D, but usually work in records, so that makes sense. Dude, I could never have a super organized thing. The only time my stuff is ever organized is if I'm doing live 2D. And thank you for the congrats. Blair doesn't know I'm here. Sneak level 100. I think your sneak level might only be 99. I'm aware now. Moved into my apartment 2 months ago. Was so exciting. Still living the high of it. Hell yeah. I've been in like this place for a little while, but this place kind of sucks. Which is why I'm really excited to move. Have you ever drawn a slime girl or femboy? I've definitely question, actually. I don't draw a lot of boys or men in general. I usually mostly draw ladies. I don't think I've actually drawn a slime girl, though, so I probably should. Buying or renting? God, I fucking wish I was buying. I don't have the money for that shit. Places are expensive. Also, I would not buy a place in Newfoundland. Like, fuck that. Like, I like it here. Kind of. It's safe, but I definitely don't want to live here forever. Slime Miku? Slime Miku? No, I drew Glorpy Miku. I don't think I drew Slime Miku. I do love a good femboy, though. I need to draw more femboys. Can send the reference I used on the Amber. Actually, yeah, that would be really helpful, actually. It is very, very, very handy if you include your references as well, because then I have a more direct comparison. But I do love that I could still like immediately tell it was amber. Just let me know when you've sent it. Slime Girl Blaire, Slime Girl Blaire. If I weren't saving my points, I'd redeem for a Slime Girl Blaire. Also have a rule against getting an artist from said artist on Twitch. Wait. Rule against getting an artist from said artist. What do you mean by the second half? What is your rule? Just for clarification? Just curious. Drop it on homework chat? Yeah. Oh, okay. You referenced another person's material study. That's a good way to do it too, actually. That's really, really interesting. Okay, so let me see. We're gonna do two things here, okay? We're going to use your reference, and we're gonna use a different reference as well. We're gonna use two. We're gonna double up. Won't get you to draw yourself. Get somebody else to draw you. Oh, I see. Very fair. I actually really like when people commission me to draw myself. It hasn't happened super often, but I find it really, really fun. I should also probably like implement a commission rule that gets you like an automatic discount if you commission art of myself from me. Because I do really, really like doing it. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna choose this reference. Again, if anyone is afraid of insects, I do apologize. It's just a really, really good reference because it's very not spherical, but very smooth and like rounded. Which is very similar to a sphere, even if it's not exact. Pay artists all the time to draw themselves. What about a giant mech with fur of Blaire? That sounds like hell. Fur alone is hell. Mech alone a hell. Mech and fur? How much do you want me to suffer? Artist I've supported the longest gives a discount as ONOC, so he doesn't stream, so my rule doesn't apply to him. I see. Yeah, I've been thinking the same. I've been thinking discounting fan art of either myself or fan art of like characters from media. Like for example, like Blaire from Soul Eater or like Yoruichi from Bleach, that kind of stuff. Discount now. Do you call this purgatory? That I do. Okay, let's get back into Zavas's correction. So the first thing I immediately noticed between your design, your art and the art that you referenced is they do go a little bit darker on the amber. So I would, let's see. This is gonna be like a very quick way of doing this. I would use like a darker and more saturated color for like this area. Because it'll give you like more of a deeper glow, which amber tends to have. And I would also do the reverse as well, which would be making your lights a little lighter too. So you can tell right here, it's a very vibrant yellow compared to yours, which is more of a like toned down orange. It would help if I put that on the right brush. I was like, why aren't I getting any color? I'd actually go a little lighter. There we go. But this is why I emphasize so much that like contrast is like everything. Because just getting like the right amount of contrast on an object will like immediately give it that kind of feeling. So just by like increasing the darks and the lights, you can see it looks a lot more like shiny. I do really, really, really love the shadow you did though. You can see in our actual reference though that the shadow like meshes with a darker color and also like the yellow. So I'd personally probably do something kind of like this, potentially. Because photos from real life are going to help you significantly. Studying from other artists is really, really good too. Do not get that wrong. Like, I absolutely study from other artists as well. But when it comes to materials, you really, really want to see how they, like, actually interact with their environment. Also, you can see on, like, this picture, there's, like, a lot of deep shadows down here and also some, like, colored highlights in addition to, like, the white. So I would maybe do, like, let's see. I'd probably do something like a couple of really bright highlights. I do really, really like that you did the blur, though, over here. I think the blur was a really, really good idea. Okay. There's also depending like on your amber, you can see that we can actually see the wood behind here. So it's something else to take into account if you're drawing your material like in an environment. So you'd want to like include like a little bit of a distortion of its surroundings. But it's kind of hard to do that when the background's just like gray, so like don't worry about it. Oh, also, thank you for the rate. I'm so sorry. I was so caught up in yapping. Holy shit. My apologies, Creep. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was like so big on art teachy vibes. I completely zoned out. Thank you so much, Creep. What were you doing? Juice Galaxy. I do not know Juice Galaxy. Also, I hope you have a good time doing whatever you're getting up to, Onyx. My apology, I missed you. Oh, you're sleeping. Okay, yeah. Have a good sleep. Sorry, it is so easy for me to just get caught up in the art yapping. Would have been good if I added something inside the amber. I didn't think of it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. For the like plain material, I think it's really, really, really good though. But I would absolutely love to see you just like insert like a tiny little like mosquito or something. Or even like just like a little bit of like dirt here and there or something could like add a lot. But still really, really, really good job, Zavasa. Let me remove those references. There we go. It's weird. What kind of weird? I'm curious. In traditional, do you think pencils or mechanical pencils are better? It's entirely up to the person. There is no better or worse. Because it depends on the style, right? I personally really, really prefer very, very, very thin mechanical pencils just because I really like working with thin lines traditionally. I find it feels better to me. Also with the like bigger mechanical pencils, like the really thick chunky ones, you have to like sharpen them and that's annoying to me. But it's absolutely just preference. Some people prefer traditional pencils, some people prefer mechanical. I'm a mechanical person, but there's really no difference. It's the same as people preferring like charcoal versus graphite versus whatever else. It is entirely up to the artist. Lurking Clipping have some work right now? Yeah, of course. Like the idea star trapped inside the amber like a wish got captured. Oh, that would be really cute too. Like if you did a like a star purse that you can like occasionally find in like sapphires and stuff. Like sometimes it happens like naturally and it can look really, really pretty. I don't know if it occurs in amber though. But see, my brain is always torn between like, oh, realistically, would it happen in amber? But then like the other side is like, nah, fuck it, YOLO. We live a fantasy life, bro. Fucking make that shit pretty. Impossible to put in the words. It's like describing an acid trip. Okay. That sounds like a fun game then. I'm down for a little virtual acid trip. Which I've never done acid. I've only done marijuana because I have a prescription. Try the thin ones and compare it to the thicker ones I have. Curious to see how the results will be. Yeah, I used to use what's the size? I want to say it was like 0.2 millimeter like mechanical pencil. They were really, really thin. Like I would hand it to like anyone else and they'd try and use it and it would just break and I'm like, please use a different pencil of mine, please. If you can't use it. It was really, really nice though. I got them I got that pencil in Japan. I think I've lost it though, which makes me a little sad. That's unusable. I love really thin ones. They are my preference. Also, one sec. Let me copy and paste Zavasa's because occasionally I have a habit of forgetting to do that, and then I close my canvases, and then suddenly I've lost all the corrections, and then I feel bad because I think I've done it twice to Hero. So I'm trying not to do it again. Okay, next we're gonna move on to Avos, which is this one. Ba, 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 ba. Oh wait, program, where are you? There you go. Love what you did on the slime. Was having a hard time trying to add little droplets. Yeah, it can be difficult, but like just a little bit of addition can like really, really make a difference. Okay. So this one is Avos. So first of all, I will say you absolutely got the shape of the cube down. Hell yeah. It is always so handy to know how to draw a cube. Like, legitimately, the most important shape you will ever learn to draw is this motherfucker, okay? Because you can put anything in a cube. A cube can become anything. You add anything onto a cube and you're making other stuff. Like, this cube could become, it could become a face if that's how you see things, you know? Like, oh, now we have a head. Or it could be like secretly a sphere. So you could put like a box around it just to see where you want your sphere and then put the sphere inside. It is such a good shape. As for the actual cube, I'm not sure what material you were going for because the point of the homework this week was to like try and imitate a material, but this feels more like a solid block. So I would suggest trying to keep in mind what exactly your cube is made of. And obviously, you're gonna have a little bit more of a limitation if you are using pen, which is a-okay. I love using pen. I love sketching using pen. You can absolutely do everything in just ink and pen with nothing else if that is how you want to go. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would try to put a lot of focus on how you use your strokes. Because the thing with pen is you absolutely cannot take it back unless you have like white ink, which is also viable. If you want to use like white ink or paints or whatever to change things up after, that is also a-okay. But I would say, I would maybe give cross-hatching a try if you're going to stick with pen. So what I would do, I'm going to put a layer over this just to show you what I mean without changing your stuff too much. So what I would try to do is learn how to use pen strokes to imitate values. Because when you only have black and white, you obviously only have black and white. You kind of can't make a gray, you know? How do you make different tones with pens? That's what I will show you. So there's like a million and one ways to do it. This is just like one way. So you can make the surface appear darker by putting a bunch of lines together. So you can see now that this side
looks more shaded than the other. If we assume our light is coming from the top here, these sides will be darker. Yeah, I will keep it from the front. I'm gonna say it's actually coming from like the really, really back far corner, but from like an upper angle. Just because that's easier. So I'm gonna also draw in a shadow, because if you draw in a shadow, it makes your thing look like it has like more of an environment to it. And of course, this is only gonna be like one way of doing this. So if you think of other ways, that is also a-okay. But the way we're gonna shade it is we're gonna do a thing called cross-hatching. Also, I'm just fixing this up. There we go. So the way you can imitate darkness, I'll do like a little section over here, is it's basically just drawing lines, but lines overlapping with lines. There's not really any solid rules, but you can see like the more lines I put together and the closer I put them together, the darker it's going to appear despite only using black and white. So this is a technique called cross-hatching because you cross your hatches. You go one way, you go the other way. You can even do like gradients if you're really good with it. So let's see. And like I said, there's a billion and one ways to do it. So it is very up to the artist. But you can see how you can even get like kind of a soft look going. And the best way to practice this is just use your pen. Just play around, see like how dark you can make things, how like light you can make things. And of course, reference real life when you can as well. It'll help you significantly. And your lines also don't need to be straight, they can be messy. Or you can even like curve them if you wanted to. Because that's the great thing with art, is that there's no real rules. There's like tips and tricks and stuff, but there's never any hard rules. There's things people might advise you like to do or not to do, but it is up to you whether you really want to follow them or not. And all I really do with my little like art classy things is like give like tips and tricks you might want to follow, but you are free to ignore. But yeah, there's like absolutely no rules when it comes to like this kind of shit. So this isn't like a full like perfect example of like what to do and what not to do, but it's just an example of like where you might want to go when it comes to your own art. And like the way you do your lines will also like determine how it's interpreted as well. So like, what's a good example? Let's say we have a hat, right? I'm gonna copy and paste this hat. Just to show some things. So even with just black and white, if you want it to be like a straw hat, you can kind of do like this texture, you know? Or if you wanted it to be like, it's another good texture. Something like more like fabric-y, I guess? Or like, if you wanted it to be like a hard hat, you could like outline the outlines. You could do some very dark shadows. It's not the perfect example, but you know. Same shape, different vibe, just based on black and white and where you place it. Cube keeps all the dreams and hopes, trapping it forever. There's tools for cross-hatching in the store for free, by the way. Very tedious by itself. Oh, I've actually never used cross-hatching tools. I usually find it's a really good idea to do it yourself for the first while until you really know what you're doing. But of course, use tools if you desire, if that helps you achieve the look that you want. Tools are there for a reason. It's always good to learn how to do things without the tools, but learning with the tools is just as good too. All the tips and tricks you say is very helpful, improve a lot from it. I'm glad. That's all I really want to do. I just like helping people improve. So yeah, I'll copy and paste this. It is not the most perfect example, but considering I wasn't sure exactly what material you were going for specifically, I think that's the best advice I can probably give currently. And now we have Songbird, which I'm really, really excited to do. I woke up today and I saw we had another homework submission and I was very, very excited. And the fact that you like helping people out with art, thank you. Cross-hatching, gonna try this today? Yes, please. And if you do, please send examples in the Discord because I would love to see. It would make me very, very happy. Also, just give me a moment to do something real quick. Da-da-da. Just 1 second. Just gotta handle something real quick. Da-da-da. There we go. Okay, so the first thing I love is that I can immediately tell what the first 2 objects are. The last one, I feel like it's either just a plain cube or potentially a like softer metallic cube. But I love, love, love that I can tell that this one is like a rocky texture and that this one is water. I love that so much. The first thing that comes to mind, honestly, is that like the rock is like pretty fucking perfect. I'm not gonna lie. Like it's really good. I absolutely adore the like chunkiness on the edges, just like implying that it's like rough, you know? Because if you went really, really smooth, you could still make it work. But with like the little like chunks and stuff, it's just really, really good. And like part of me wants to say, like, if you really wanted, you could do like chips in it, like deeper chips, or like a crack here and there. But like honestly, I think it's just really, really good and solid by itself. Like I really, really fucking love it because like not only is the top like really light and then the side a little darker and then this side even darker. Like just those 3 shades alone can just give you the illusion of depth. If I just like put in a tiny shitty ass cube, like it doesn't even need to be perfect. It is really, really like just really good. And like you can see if I bring up it all in like grayscale, it just still works. It is so good. Like the only real addition I could think like maybe they'd want to add would be like some shadows underneath, but that's just like extra. It's not necessarily material as much as it is like an environmental study. So like honestly, I think it's just really solid by itself. There's always so many things people submit that just like impress me so much, and I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to critique this? It's just too good. It's like Savasa's glass, like fuck. Really love how they did the water. Yes, they did amazing on the water. They're insanely really good with like their lights and their highlights and everything. And I also love like the subtle highlights on the rocks as well. Okay, so the one thing I would consider with the water, like I still really love it. It is so good, but I feel like the values could be pushed a little bit more. And I know I repeat that on like probably like everything, but that's just because like I've grown very fond of very good values. So what I can do with this, let's see. I want to try making the dark bits just a little bit darker, just to start. So this isn't like changing like color or anything. This is just changing how light and dark stuff is. But you can see that if I bring the darkness down a lot more and the light up a lot more, it just makes it a lot more like ethereal and shiny, you know? It makes the light, like the highlights, which I love. I love the little detail of the rays in the water block. I think that's so adorable, and the little bubbles too. Like, oh, so cool. So I think my main thing would just be value correction, because you can see even with just black and white, it changes it a lot. But you can tell that they have like such a solid understanding of it. Like, oh, it's so good. The only other thing I would like maybe potentially do, this is only if like you actually like really want to. I would give me a sec. Give me a second to go into this. Okay, that won't let me change the color. Let me try again. So I would maybe like add like a deep, maybe saturated blue or like purplish blue to the water. It's not gonna look that great yet, but hold up. There we go. And then let me erase the other ones. I would add like a just like a really deep, differently colored shadow. Because then you have the lighter bits on top being more blue and the underneath being like a little more purpley. And it's just gonna make it feel like very like deep ocean. But of course, if your goal was more like swimming pool rather than deep ocean, you wouldn't get like as much of a dark feeling from it. And then if you really want to as well, you could even do like an extra highlight on top and just really push it. Honestly, I might be going a little too extra, but I just think it's really fun to push values and like water and all that stuff. Because then if we go to black and white, you can see just like how much of a difference just a little bit makes. Also, I find it kind of funny. That wasn't intentional. I accidentally got a little bit of a blue over here, but I think it's kind of funny and kind of cool because it makes me think that like the light is interacting with here and then reflecting onto this surface. So that was unintentional, but keeping things in mind like that, like, is also just really good. But like the water is so pretty. Just like changing the values and a very slight color change can make all the difference.
2 days in a row, managed to make your stream. Last time I managed to stay for almost the entire one. What kind of moons and planets are aligned right now, or is hell freezing over? Probably know the answer to the last one. Yeah, hell is having a little bit of a snowstorm, but that's fine. Want to drink the cube water? Me too! It looks so good, dude. Like, I just like, fuck, man. It's so pretty. Then with the last one, it's the same issue that I had with Zavasa's metallic cube. So I think it's supposed to be metal just based on like how the like shines and stuff are. But the thing is, it could also just be like a really smooth like stone as well, you know? Like just a good old chunk of just Minecraft stone tossed into the furnace. So I'm not too sure what the material of this one is, but it is really, really good regardless. Like, it is really good. Like, you can easily tell that the light is, like, coming from, like... Why isn't my pen? Oh, because I didn't choose my pen. Teehee. You can really just tell that, like, the light's, like, coming from here. And I think it's really, really nice to also have just an example of, like, something being backlit. Because, I find a lot of people tend to do... like front-facing light and like by default, which is a-okay, that's fine as well. It's a study, do whatever. But it's also nice to get like the back perspective as well. But yeah, depending on like the material, I would probably like it's just really good. I think maybe the gradient on this side could be changed ever so slightly. Just by like, let me see. That's the wrong tool. I think the gradient would be slightly better if it went like kind of downwards. Also, it's not going to be a perfectly straight angle because I just kind of freehanded it, so forgive me for that. But I feel like the gradient would be a little bit more like this. But that's also just like a gut feeling, so if you were using a reference and I am incorrect, then my bad, I apologize. But if the shadow is coming from an upper angle, then your shadow is going to be like angled a little bit as well. Just ignore the fact that that's not a straight line. But again, honestly, I just really fucking like it. It is a solid cube. And again, you could do like a shadow or anything else if you like really, really wanted to like give it a little more environmental stuff, but otherwise, no need. Also, thank you for that head pass, Mukia! Thank you! Hope you have a good day today. How's stream been? Stream has been good. It's always a good stream when I get to do critique and homework. Now it looks like there's a chip in the corner. Yeah. But the point was just to emphasize. I could probably redo it a bit better. Hold up. Let me do it this way. And then grab this tool. Here we go. Just ignore that like couple of pixels in the bottom. But then the back feels like too dark in comparison. So it depends on a lot of things. Depends on how light the environment is, where the light is coming from, what kind of light it is, what your material is. There's a lot of things to consider. Though honestly, I might just, let's see, do this, and then
There's no guarantee that the back is actually completely free from light because light does tend to bounce around. So let's see. So I would probably do even like just a tiny gradient from the top as well. She might have some like light reflecting around. But it depends on how drastic your shit is. Depends on lighting and the material and all that fun stuff. Because sometimes you want a higher contrast and sometimes you want a lower contrast. But yeah, there's not a whole lot I can say for the last one, admittedly. It'd be a cube. Also, that tiny corner is bothering me. Just gonna. But then it doesn't work either. Ah. Good enough. And then, of course, just like a little highlight around corners and stuff. Da, da, da. Finish my homework, yippee! I'll do yours next then, hero. Just got lunch. What'd you get for lunch, Mumu? Also, if you guys don't know Mumu, Mumu is so amazing and pretty and wonderful and sweet, and I love her so much. You guys should absolutely check her out. There we go. And I also did a little commission for Mumu as well, which you can see on her page. I did her little gamer subs thing. And she's so pretty and fun to draw, and her design is so good, man. Who made this? Even without your adjustments, is pretty well made. This was made by the wonderful... I'm bad at usernames. Where is it? Songburb! They did a fucking amazing job, and I'm so impressed. Like, the water one especially, again, I'm just so fucking feral over it. So good! Really bring me back. Used to do a lot of this stuff in my case. Was on paper with graphite. Maybe I should do lessons on digital media with this stuff. You should. It's really fun. Because, like, the best part of digital media is you're not as restricted as traditional media. Like, you can do a lot of things. You can do adjustments and everything later. Meanwhile, with traditional, you're very stuck in your decisions, kind of. Like, you can always, like, repaint over things. And it's definitely really good for learning stuff. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Riveris. I'm really, really bad at getting things on time today, apparently. But that happens every time we have a art critique, art homework class. I get very caught up in things because it's just really fun. But yeah, traditional art's a lot more limiting, and you're very, very, very stuck with any mistakes you make. But it can be really good for learning as well because you have to be a lot more intentional with your choices. But it can also be limiting and kind of discourage creativity because you don't want to waste expensive paints and the like. Okay, let me reply to Songburb. Da da da. There we go. And let's move on to Hero. And we got another slime cube, which I'm so happy about. I love slime cubes. So immediately, the first thing I do notice is that you did really, really, really fucking well with getting the highlight down here. Because as I said before in Zavasa's slime cube, the light will like go into the cube and it'll get like reflected all around and shine on the surface as well. Let's see what to do. I do think you go right. We start with values. So that's the easiest thing. Because just changing values makes all the difference. So you can see that your values here, even though there is like a clear highlight and shadow and stuff, they're all very within the same area. So keep clicking the wrong pen because I changed the location of some stuff. So you can tell like this gray and this gray, even though they are like really different, they're not that far apart compared to something like this color versus like this color. So I would go deeper with your shadows. You could also technically change the color as well. So like instead of like a dark green like this, you could also like try and like lean into like a purple or something, but I would just stick with mostly similar. So let's see. I think yours is a little harder to correct than Zavasa's just because I feel like yours went in a more very stylized style, which is a-okay. I love stylization so much. And it's always good to have your own style. I would also probably go lighter on the highlights as well. Just to like really push those values. Because even just like changing this little bit can make it feel like a lot more just shiny. But I'd make sure to get shines on the actual edges as well. Just because that'll like really just bring it out. Cheating there, corrected it before sending it. Nothing wrong with that. It just means you're learning. Couldn't find a good slime cube and thought it'd be more lighter. That's a-okay. See, the thing is, when you can't find like a good cube specifically, you kind of have to like cope with like whatever you can find. It's really, really difficult. It's really, slime is like a very hard one to do just because like it's not like a natural occurring material for the most part, right? Like there's definitely some naturally occurring slimy shit, but it doesn't have like this kind of stuff. It's more of a fantasy material. And like obviously like slime is still like a thing. Like kids play with it and stuff, but also since you have like the circular like highlight there, I would probably even go I'd probably implement like more like little bubbles into your stuff as well. Just to like give it a little texture and shininess. Maybe not with a dark color. Let's see. But basically, like slimes and stuff, you just want to have them be like really shiny. And then we can do what we did with Zavasa's as well, which is add in like little drips of slime as well. Just because, you know, it's slime, it's slimy. It's gonna be a little drippy. Unless you're going for like Jello cube. Pardon, my apologies. Also, thank you for the quiet greeting, Dreamers. I hope you enjoy your lurking.
Feel the opposite way. I actually feel much more restricted in digital media, while traditional was the one that just seemed to come easier to me. Do you see why you would think the other way around? All the digital media I've always done always turns out a bit stiff. Can't get it to flow right. Honestly, I think that's just a matter of being less familiar with it. Because I know I'm the same way when I go to traditional instead. It can be really hard for me to like break out of traditional stuff just because like I feel so restricted and I can't do any of the fancy shit I'm used to. Also, since you did like this like quirky, like rounded highlight, I'd probably actually implement it in like other parts as well. Which like you kind of did, but again, I would like push the values just a little. Just to give it some like consistency. Maybe even go like a little neonish. Cause slime is just so fun. There's so many colors you can put in and so many just like everything. And it's just really a material you can have a lot of fun with. So you can see just by like changing up the values a good chunk, you can get like a completely different feel. This one definitely looks like a lot more of a clearer slime though. And then we can do what I did with Zavas's as well, which is doing an add glow layer. Just because it'll be a little shinier up here. And we don't want it too much, but we just want it a little bit. So then it just like really makes it feel like light is like just like passing through, you know? And we could also maybe even do a little bit of a slight multiply as well. If we just like really wanted to, but honestly, I think it might be better without it. Yeah, I think it's better without. And if you want to go like even more extra, if you want to like lean into stylization, you could even make it like kind of sparkly if you wanted to. I'm not the best with sparkles though, admittedly. Still need to learn how to do better sparkles and the like, but just like really fancy this shit up. Maybe even add in some like bigger bubbles too. Ta-da. So one sec, let me just organize my layers a little bit because I'm a mess. Is it a predetermined prompt that you're working on, or is it just people who submit something and to take a look at it? Both. So basically what I do is I have a homework assignment, and my homework assignment was just pick 3 materials, draw the 3 materials, you know, do your best, do cubes or do like other shapes if you really want to. It is up to you. This was just the prompt I made. And then I let people obviously use their creativity and choose their own materials and stuff for it. There's been some other like homework assignments I've been like slightly more restricted on. But for the most part, I like to allow people their creativity, because if you allow people to choose a material that they're actually more interested in, they're going to be more motivated to do it. So I know if someone told me like draw this one texture you don't give a shit about, I'd be like, blah. But if you get to choose it and you can choose fun stuff, then it's way more fun. Lesson I had a while back where if you draw a raindrop, actually put the shadow on the opposite side because it's see-through. Shadow actually would hit the wall where the highlight would be so the shade in that cube would actually be further in. Oh, I see. I may have to study things more. Not good at digital media. I have a very steep learning curve to transition a lot of the stuff we usually do with traditional stuff. Can't do it digital and have to find a secondary method to do it. That's why it's been stopping me for a while. Yeah, there's a lot of like tricks and stuff you can use with digital, and it takes a while to learn. Taking up a lot of writing space, try and make my writing shorter. No, it's okay. I do not mind lengthy chats if it's fun. Is it possible if we send in the Clip Studio data, it could correct better, or would it be too much for you? You could do that, but honestly, it's easier for me to correct over. Because I definitely have methods, like, let's see. Because I could have theoretically just done this if I wanted to. Let me select it with a better selection tool. I could have theoretically just done something like this. But I'm very, very used to working on single layer stuff, so I really, really don't mind just going over stuff. And adding in the files would mean I would have to understand where you put your layers and stuff as well. So it's just easier for me to not do that. I appreciate the offer though. Like I really, really, really do appreciate it. And I could do because like I could like critique like layers and stuff specifically. But everyone has like a different process and there's no real like right or wrong way to do that kind of stuff. Also, thank you for the follow, Millie. Thank you, thank you. Pay no attention to the smoke man, just gonna do this, then be on my way, merry way. Understandable. Thank you for dropping by and thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. And if you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky, I have all of those. And if you don't care about either of those, it's also a-okay. Okay, we got that one down. And now we move on to the glass. So I think, I'm not sure if this is blood or if it's wine. Because it's definitely giving me a bit of a blood feeling just based on like how deep and dark it is. But I could also potentially see wine, but I think wine is a little more translucent and allows a bit more light to come through than blood usually does. So if you could clarify which material it is, that would help a lot. Also, thank you for the stretch. After the homework, you'll check the critique submissions. Yes, that is correct. Should be cola. Oh, okay. So with cola, let us look up a glass of soda. Give me one moment. Okay. I'm trying to find one without ice because most of them do have ice in them, just based on Google Images, and I do not have soda in my house. Let's see. Okay. This one's I guess that one's good, but that one also has a green glass, which is a little off-putting. You know what? I will go with one with ice in it. Just because I think it'll be a better reference. So let's see. Picked up Raindrop as a prompt when I was practicing. Also applied to a sphere as a crystal ball. I think that one's easier to look up, but basically shadows in a transparent object behave slightly different than a solid. Yes, absolutely, because the light bounces around inside the object and there's reflections and then environmental stuff to consider as well. That's why you should always, always, always try and use references for those kinds of things. And honestly, even if you get the shadows wrong sometimes, it doesn't always matter. Sometimes the shadows in a wrong place can actually benefit you more, but it's all about like how well you put together the entire thing, you know? You are allowed to break the rules when you know the rules. Use my bottle of cola as a reference? Oh, that's fair. Okay. Okay, so that's actually a really, 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 really important thing. So the thing is, you drew it in presumably a glass container, but your reference was in a plastic container. So you're actually gonna perceive it differently. So let me actually get a bottle of soda comparatively, and then we can compare a bottle to a glass. I'm gonna assume it's just regular Coca-Cola. Unless, of course, you got Coca-Cola in the glass, in which case, different as well. Let's see.
Such a different way the light reflects in those two ways. Yeah. Okay. So now we have 2 references. Let me crop this one though, because that is a lot of white. Fuck that. There we go. Okay. So immediately the first thing that I do notice is just specifically with cola by itself. So cola is very translucent, which means it's not transparent. You can't see completely through it, but it does still allow some light to get through. So with the reason why I wondered if your material was blood was because it's so dark down here, right? Like contrast is really, really good, but when you draw it this dark, it makes it more of a, makes it feel more thick because there's not as much light going through. Cheap color look alike, but mostly the same. Okay, fair. So like immediately the first thing I would do here, because you see we have these really, really dark outlines, but then we have a really, really bright inside because that's where like the light is like bouncing around, right? So if we want to make this look more like cola, the first thing we can do is to give it like a really, really big highlight on the inside. And it's more of an orangey highlight rather than a reddish tone, but it definitely does have some reddish tones in there as well. I would also, another thing to consider, this isn't necessarily art related. Well, it is art related, but it also isn't. You'll understand when I explain. So when you're drawing something and illustrating and you want the person to really understand what that object is, even if you prefer to have that object a certain way, sometimes it's better to draw that object in a different way that's more common. Like when I was looking up soda and cola specifically, pretty much every image had like ice in it. So I would actually consider putting ice in the glass, just because it'll make it more recognizable. Like you don't have to. I honestly don't drink my soda with ice very often because I don't like it watered down. It's something I really actually dislike. But when it comes to illustration specifically, just doing what's like most common will make it more recognizable. Because like if you put ice in this, my first guess wouldn't have been blood, because I would have been like, who the fuck would put like ice in blood, you know? But I'd be like, okay, if there's ice in it, it's probably like a normal drink, maybe? Ice would be a bit too hard for me. That's fair. That is also understandable. It's also good to challenge yourself, though. It's a study. But also, like, obviously do what's comfortable with you. Take things at your own pace. But it's also really, really good to challenge yourself, too, because I think you could absolutely pull it off. Okay. So again, first thing I would do is the shadows in here. We also get a lot of like highlights kind of around the edges on the glass specifically, not as much on the plastic bottle, but the glass we get a good chunk of highlight like on the bottom. I also think it's a bit too dark here. It's actually 100% pure black, I believe. Which is okay. There are definitely times where you will encounter using pure black, but most of the time, even when something appears really dark and black, it's not. So like, for example, this really, really dark shade right here isn't pure black, because if we put it next to pure black, you can see very, very faintly it's a little reddish and brown. It's a very, very small distinction, but it can make a really, really big difference. So I would change that to more of a brownish color. I also think I went a little bit too orange, so I'm actually gonna dial this back to like this like red that we see. And obviously I'm color picking, which is a little bit easier, but I'm just color picking for convenience. So I would actually... I've actually never drawn or like shaded cola before, admittedly. So this is slightly new territory for me. But there's a lot of values going on in here. And I'll also try and leave out the ice. Just to make it more similar to your original. Even though I think that ice would help a lot with visibility. Okay, let's add a little more highlight down here. And you can see now we're starting to get like kind of that like translucent vibe-ish. You can see on the top on the bottle over here, we get like kind of a like yellowish vibe almost. Because it's kind of similar to amber, honestly, in colors. Just with a lot of deeper colors. Also going to lean a little bit away from reality just for a touch. To add some like extra highlights. The top is going to be like relatively lighter. And probably a bit more vibrant, I imagine. Just because it's going to like encounter more direct light. And the light can like bounce up through the top. So do this, and then I would say the most important thing when it comes to soda is to remember that this is carbonated. So you're going to actively see little bits of bubbles in it. Obviously, depending on the lighting, if the lighting in your room was like on the darker end, you probably actually wouldn't have seen much of the like highlights. Because it's much harder to see in darker lighting, so it would probably look a lot darker as well. That's something to keep in mind as well. Your environment makes as much of an impact on everything as your lighting does. Make ice cube out of soda and then use those? Ooh, yeah, that's fair. I just don't drink enough soda to really do that. Way the cup is facing is a little confusing to me. Can't tell if it's tilted towards the camera or away from the camera. That could just be a me thing. It looks like it's tilting slightly towards you, very slightly. It is still a little bit off, but I'm focusing more on the material rather than the glass. Don't have a full setup of a Lightroom, such a shame. That's okay. That's why it's like really good to like Google your references. Like studying from real life is really good too. Do not get me wrong. Real life is like the best generally most times, but for some specific stuff, it's sometimes better to look at images just because they might have better lighting or be in a different environment that like has the vibe you're going for. Because like a bottle in a like dark room isn't the same as like a bottle out in daylight, you know? And if you don't want to leave your house, Google is your best friend. Okay, so I'm gonna add just a little bit more of lightness in here. Just so it's not like too dark and we have like some variance. And then if we add the bubbles, so if we analyze the bubbles a little bit, that's another thing that's really helpful with photos is like IRL, these bubbles would be moving and it would be really hard to analyze. But when you look at things like photos and stuff, it's already stopped moving. So you can really just like really see how things like look. So you can see that the bubbles seem to be like highlighted from the bottom for the most part. So we can do like little, just like curves basically. Or actually I know a better way to do this. I'm gonna do a bunch of like tiny little dots in a dark color, and then I'm gonna add highlights over them by alpha locking the layer. Da, da, da. So let's see. This also isn't going to be perfect. Again, I have never actually drawn a bottle of soda. Or a glass of soda specifically. There's definitely going to be mistakes I make as well. Let's see. You did actually do really good with the glass texture here, because you do have like very light lights and very dark darks here, which like emphasize the glass texture, so I really do like that aspect. Just gonna touch it up just a smidge. So there would be like a tiny bit of gray in there. Not too much. And of course, like, the more references you pull from, the less, like, super realistic you're probably gonna be able to go. Just because, like, you're mishmashing different perspectives and stuff. But, you know, overall, it gets, like, the job done. You don't need to stick to reality.
First color was based on syrup, just diluted for a medicine. It makes sense. Yeah, fair. Now I'm thirsty for cola. I'm not. Isn't that the droplets you're looking at? Nope. Droplets will be finishing touches. Because there's droplets on the outside, but there's also bubbles on the inside. There's two things. I say holding up two fingers that no one can see me hold up. Ah, VTubing. Okay. And then, with the glass, you can see that it actually looks like it takes up, like, pretty much the entire glass. We don't actually get this, funny little rim around it. So if you really wanted to, you could, like, go, like, really, really up far to the glass. But I'm going to honor your original glass, and I'm just gonna assume that it's a thicker glass than the one in the image. Okay, so we have this. I'd probably also add some, like, bubbles to the top as well. Not that we can really see it. But you know, like, if you look at soda, it definitely doesn't have, like, a flat surface. I'm just gonna break this up with a couple more hints of some bubbles too. Just add in some, like, speckled dots here and there, just to, like, really push the bubbliness. Thick glass, yeah, thick glass. I would also avoid using, again, I'd avoid using pure black for stuff, just because you can't go darker than pure black. The only time to use pure black, really, is when your thing is absolutely, like, 100% completely in shadow. There is no light reaching that shit, which is pretty rare, because usually you have, like, some kind of light source. And then there's, like, usually bouncing light and yada yada. The other time to use pure black is if it's just stylistic. So, like, you still absolutely can, but a lot of the times it might actually look a little bit better if you use, like, just a really, really dark, like, red or blue or purple or whichever. It'll be, like, a little bit less harsh and just give, like, more of a, realistic or, like, ethereal vibe, depending. Okay, so let's see. Just gonna do a little bit of this. And you can actually see with the shadows down here, the color of the cola actually influences the color of the glass down here. So we get, like, a yellow here, and we get, like, a dark grayish brown, and we get, like, kind of a darker brown here as well sometimes. So just, like, adding, like, really, really tiny details like that can, like,
really just make things work together. And then another thing I would do, since it is a glass, your highlights aren't gonna be only on like the edges here, but you're also gonna have like a highlight like this, right? So what we can do is we can make a straight line. I'm actually gonna do 2 straight lines because I think it looks better stylistically. And then we can like lower the opacity of that a bit. Then it makes the glass feel a little more 3D. I also like to add like 1 or 2 more of those. It's like even if it's less realistic, just kind of like brings it together a little more, I find. And let's see. Again, the black is like really harsh over here, so I would probably stick mostly to the highlights. And the highlight wouldn't necessarily be that strong either, but that's okay. So I'd maybe do something like that. And then it just feels a lot more cola-y than before. It can be really it's so hard learning how to draw things sometimes because there can be just like so much more detail to something than you really expect. Oh yeah, and I forgot the condensation as well. One sec. We do also have the little tiny itsy bitsy bubbles of condensation on the glass. So we could also draw those if we really wanted. Just to give it like an even better sense of reality. I'm not gonna do too many though because lazy. If I'm being real. And I also probably wouldn't put them all like linear in a line either, because there's a lot of those buggers. And it also wouldn't really appear higher up because the condensation is actually from the liquid changing the temperature. So I just do this. And then there we go. And of course, if you wanted to, you could like mess with like glow layers as well. You know, make it look very shiny. Just brighten it up a little bit. But that's like up to you and like where that would be like in your drawing and stuff. Couldn't see the bubbles you were looking at. Didn't know if it was stream compression or just not me being able to distinguish it. Probably stream. I tend not to zoom in too much on my stuff. Oh, also with these two, do you have very specific stones you were using for these, or just generalized stylistic? Because this one almost kind of looks like opal-ish to me, just based on the colors. This one kind of looks more like malachite to me, because it doesn't look very see-through. But if you have a specific mineral you were going for, then that would help a lot, because I'd be able to give more specific advice. Parker's saying to draw a green slime girl drinking Coca-Cola. Brown liquid mixing green would look cool, but probably tough as hell to draw. I'm sure you could pull it off, though. Everything is hard to draw when you think about it. Just takes a little bit of time. But for now, yeah, have a good time. Thank you for dropping by, vibes. Gonna do diamond and emerald. Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. Okay. So let me go find diamond and emerald references. Specifically cut diamond and emerald. Because the thing when it comes to minerals and stuff like diamonds is that the cut has a very, very, very big influence on how the object is shaded. Because cutting diamonds and stuff specifically is a very, very big scientific process. Because you need to get those angles right so that they reflect a certain way and so that they like shine a certain way. So if your diamond isn't cut a certain way, then it doesn't sparkle as much. But obviously, as an artist, we can make anything sparkle. That is the joy of being an artist. So let me find... And also for the emerald, it almost looks like you're going for more of a raw emerald look just because it's not deliberately cut. And the funny thing is with like emerald and stuff is that it doesn't look as shiny when it's raw. But I'll bring up a cut diamond as well, or a cut emerald. And I'll get a raw diamond as well. Let's see. Also, thank you for the follow, Keck. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my streaming screen. I only have 2 screens. I can only look at one at a time. Also, is this the exact same as the fucking diamond, actually? No, it's not. It's just same cut. Yeah, I'll pick this one anyway. Pretty sure it's specifically called an emerald cut anyway. Just gonna crop this. And put it over here. Then let me grab a diamond as well. Hello everyone, hello! Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky, I have all of those. If you don't care about either of those, it's also a-okay. Let's see. I'm just trying to find some diamond references. Honestly, it's crazy how diamond looks when it's like raw compared to cut and polished. Because these are actually raw diamonds. I think this is a good example of it too. Assuming it's real. Because that's the joy of looking at things on the internet. Sometimes you can't tell what is real and what isn't. Diamonds are the fakest motherfuckers? Yeah. Have the reference for the emerald that I took more of an inspiration. Oh, that would actually be really, really helpful too. If you would like to send that. I would really, really appreciate that. I'll just do the diamond one first. Are you real? Nah, none of this is real. This was all a dream. Wake up, guys. Never considered it myself until just now, and low-key I'm trying my best to see it in every artwork I see. Yeah! It's like, oh, God, art is so hard, man. Really intriguing. Would love to have one of my pieces looked over. Don't have any reason to work in digital except maybe one piece, but that was one meant for someone else, so it would not be proper to share with that one. You can still share it even if it's not digital work. I can critique regular art as well. Is that crystal meth? Absolutely. We're doing crystal meth today, guys. And we're doing it with latte. Let's go. Talking about asymmetrical faces. I don't think I went on an asymmetrical face tangent yet. Art is hard but fun. Agreed. Okay, thank you for the reference, hero. That is super, super, super helpful. Okay, now we got all of our references. That's hype. Okay, I'm gonna start with the diamond first, and then we'll do the emerald after. Just my fixation right now. Every time I do my makeup, I curse how asymmetrical my face is. Dude, makeup is such a bitch. I have so much respect for like anyone who like
puts their makeup on like every day or even often or just does it really well. That shit's so fucking hard. Ugh. Is there a long queue for it right now? Because I have one very recent piece that I was pleased with when it was done, but there's plenty of things to don't think about when I initially painted it. There's a little bit of a queue. Let me see. It's just in the critique submission channel. I don't think there's too many. There's 1, 2, 3. We currently have 4 there, so not too many. And I don't mind going a little bit overtime to do a little extra critique today. Have to go to bed early now, sadly. Continue watching the stream tomorrow. Oh, have a good rest, Hero. I'm sorry that I keep yapping so long. I will send you the image when I'm done. I'll try not to yap too much when doing commentary, but I will. You guys know me. I'll try my best. Need red concealer, skin color concealer, sometimes my skin color foundation, black eyeliner, marker, felt tip, black eyeliner, red dark brown eyeshadow, maroon lipstick. So much. All I have is like some black eyeliner. I go simple when I wear makeup. I don't like wearing a full face. It feels off to me. It triggers my sensory issues. Okay. So, when it comes to the diamond, the one thing that's really important with diamonds specifically is that diamonds are very clear when they're like polished and stuff and when they're cut. And since this is a cut diamond, I would assume that it would be very clear to look at, similar to glass. As I said before, the way diamonds and stuff are cut is very deliberate, because it causes just like light to come out certain faces and appear more sparkly and yada yada. One thing I do like is that you did use a lot of colors here, which is good because light bounces around, and you can see like even in this reference image, we have an insanely colored like blue here. We have like greens and oranges and all that stuff, and that's because like light is made up of all the colors of light. So when it bounces around in there, sometimes it gets a little scattered. And of course, environmental light affects it as well. So what I would do... One thing that is really good is you have very sharp colors and shapes in here, which is really good because you can see all of this is straight angles. There's no real curves in here. So how would I start with this? You can probably start by checking the values. You can see that when it comes to a diamond, we have insanely light lights, like pretty much pure white, as well as very dark black, but not 100% black. It gets pretty close. Like this is like, I think there's like a pixel or two of pure black in here. But it's very minimal because most of it is light. So the way we can touch this up a little bit is I'm just gonna do this because we're gonna distinguish where the light is coming from first. I'm gonna say we're gonna come from like the back a little bit. So we're gonna come like from over here, because then that'll justify the shadow here as well. Though diamond doesn't have a very colorful shadow, I believe. Let me find a cut diamond like on a desk preferably. It's not a desk, but I think this does the job. And it's probably a better reference than our other one. But you can see that the shadows here, there's a little bit of color in them, but not too much. Because with diamonds, they usually prioritize clarity and very little color. Because it's not something like opal, for example, where the colors are the main focus of the material. Also, congrats on joining the Discord. I'm happy to have you there.
Where do I go to put it in? You can go to the critique area. I believe the critique area is behind the art student role, so you'll have to opt into that to see that section. So you can go to the roles and channels section and find it there. Okay. So I'm actually gonna do... I'm gonna do like almost pure white. It has a very small tint of blue in it just because I like it stylistically. And then we're going to do this. And just really, really brighten up these faces before we do darker shades. Because just by doing that like little bit alone, it makes it appear just a lot brighter. And admittedly, like stones like this are not my forte. They are very difficult in my opinion. So honestly, props for trying because holy shit, it's a bitch and it's so intimidating. I'd also put a lot of like highlights around the edges just because like, again, the light is like really, really just like reflecting in there. Going to take away some light as well. Just because it's a transparent material. So even though the front face might still appear like really bright, we're gonna see bits of like other areas as well. But this is mostly based on my analysis of the glass and stuff that I actually did like over here. Because diamond's a very similar material, just much different at the same time. I think the main struggle with material like this is just how linear a lot of it is. I'm also going to try and lean into all the colors and stuff because I actually, even if it's not realistic, I do really like that. The main struggle with something like this is that it's when it's a man-made shape and not like a very intentional shape, it's really hard to imagine the light. Because I've said it like 2 or 3 times, but diamonds are cut very deliberately. So unless you've studied like a lot of diamonds, it can be really hard to just like imitate where you think those shadows will go. I'm just gonna put in some like triangular shapes and do my best. And I do not think this is gonna come out perfect, but we do our best, we try. Let's see. Let's do another highlight here, maybe. So the main thing we're going for is just getting that really clear contrast that you can see like here when we go black and white. Also, thank you for the resub, Ari. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so much. How are you today? Just asking because I want to know how one of my favorite artists is doing. I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking. Honestly, like anytime I do like class stuff or like reviewing art, I have a lot of fun. It can be really intimidating because one thing I do worry about is critique isn't always fun to get. So I always worry that like maybe I'll be too harsh on someone. But I try my best to not be mean. Because bad critique can be very, very discouraging, and I do not wish to discourage anyone. But I'm doing really, really well. Having a good day today so far. Okay. So again, this is like very, very far from perfect. Probably I'd probably add a little bit of soft in here because most of the edges are really, really rough, but there's a little bit of lighting here. We can see that's a little soft and gradiented, like even with the colors here. I would just, let's see, maybe add a little bit of pink for fun. Let's see how that looks. No. Okay, let's just use default stuff. Let's go on and add glow layer. Do this a little bit. Though it kind of appears more glassy than diamondy right now. Despite trying my best. There we go. That's a little bit better, I think. But just with the added darker values in here, it just looks a lot more glassy. I still don't think I pulled it off perfectly. I'd have to do more studies to offer better advice as well. And then with the shadow, I would do something like, let's see. Because with the diamond shadow specifically, it actually goes light to dark because the light just passes through so easily. So you see we get this little shine down here before it starts getting really dark. So I would do, I'm gonna do like a rounder shadow. Maybe like this. Let me move this the fuck down. I'm actually gonna desaturate this. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna do a little filter, a little blur. A little more blur than that, if I can fucking hit the right blur button. Here we go. And then do a little bit of light here. Just a smidge of it. And then make it extra light in a section or two. Get like a little sparkle. You can also just like add some like sparkles to really diamond it up. There we go. Realize you might actually have seen already because I remember you mentioning also are on VGen. Doubt you noticed it more than other hundreds of submissions for that month. What would I realize? Oh, the piece that you're putting in, maybe? Oh yeah, Snake, very cute. I do not look at a lot of stuff on VGen. On VGen, I only really look at my own stuff or peruse if I have something that I specifically need to buy, which is pretty rare. Looks really good and shiny. Thank you. I tried. Diamonds are really difficult. I also still struggle with them myself, so I'm glad that I managed to pull it off a little bit. Initially made it, I was proud, but over time noticed a few mistakes that I didn't see at the time. That's fair. That's normal. I am the exact same way with my own art. Patiently waiting for my turn. Enjoy the show and other artwork in the meantime. Yeah, it might take me a little while to get to it because I do be a yapper. But I'll try to get to it as soon as I can. Okay, and then if we move on to the emerald here, So the thing with emerald is emerald has like very, very saturated colors just based on like how light generally interacts with it. Like you can't see my little color indicator on the left that like says the saturation, but everything is like pretty much very, very saturated. In comparison, these colors are pretty saturated as well, but the highlights specifically are more blue than what emerald would usually do, and there's also not really an indication of translucency. So this looks very, very solid, which is why I thought at first it may be malachite. Even though malachite has like a different pattern to it, I'll show you why I thought it was malachite. Where's a good malachite chunk? It's hard to find like non-polished malachite. Especially because non-polished malachite is a little toxic as well. I believe it interacts with water, if I remember correctly. Malachite prism, maybe? Yeah, malachite prism. Okay, that does what I'm looking for. Oh hell yeah, this one's like actually perfect. So malachite actually has like a funny like texture to it, which is really, really, really neat. The reason why I thought it might be malachite is just because of like the values and how it didn't look like there was light passing through it. So it looked a lot more solid than you were intending. Have a good time. Pretty light for me on my timeline. Good night. Have a good night. Thank you for dropping by. I really, 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 really appreciate it. And thank you for the follow and everything as well. I hope you have a great night. Also, I'm a little tilted. Oopsie. There we go. Okay, so if we target the emerald, first I would, let's see. So first of all, there's highlights on like usually like these edges here, even if it's like very slight. So the first thing I would actually do, regardless of color, would add this little highlight here. So you can get that even with non-translucent materials, but with translucent materials especially, you're gonna have a lot of light just hitting those edges, just like in the diamonds. Color-wise, let's see. Going to do... Okay, I'm just gonna do this just so I have a good... Actually, I can... Hold up. Sorry, there's like a million one ways to do things, so sometimes I get a little, brain locked on which method to use. So I can do this, and then I can do... this. That's not what I wanted to do. Well, yeah, that was what I wanted to do. And then erase everything else. And then I have just the emerald on its own layer. So I'm actually going to do a tonal correction and color balance, I think. Because we just want to bring this closer to emerald colors. And it's really cool, like, to learn how to use the color balance and like tonal correction and gradient map stuff, because you can do a lot of corrections really, really easily through it. So I think that looks a little closer to emerald colors. Because these are a little bit too desaturated for emerald, I think. Or not too desaturated, but like too dark. It's not vibrant enough. Also, thank you for the hydrate and the head pats. Thank you, thank you. Back in a bit, cats are really hungry and whiny at the same time. Understandable, go take care of the babies. Okay. So with the colors changed a bit, I'm going to do that highlight that I put down initially again. So we got this highlight here. One thing to note with the reference is that there's a lot of impurities here, which add to it. It doesn't really take away. So even though you're going for emerald, if you want to go for really realistic, you can include all these little imperfections, and it'll give you much more of a natural look. If you're going for less natural and more polished, you'd probably want to reference a more polished emerald like this that doesn't have any impurities. So I'm gonna use the one that you referenced specifically just because it's easier that way. And I do notice that you did change the shape a bit, but that's fine. So because of it being translucent, we're gonna have lots of dark spots in places you wouldn't necessarily think to have them. So there's actually like a really, really dark area up here on your reference. I'm actually going to make that a little bit different. There we go. So there's actually a little bit of dark over here. And there's bits of dark spots like mixed in the center as well. And just kind of like all over, honestly. So I'm just gonna toss in some color variants for now. Just to get it in there. We can refine it a bit more later. And like it's already appearing like a little more translucent. Just because there's so much light bouncing around in there, and there's so many the rays of light just bouncing and reflecting and coming off the edge and going around and just everywhere, man. And since this is more rough and isn't polished, you're gonna have less sharp highlights like you do on a polished stone. So let me darken up some of these areas a little bit more. Now, along with the darker bits, we're also going to have some brighter bits around as well. After I mix in some like really dark chunks, just like kind of randomly, not really, like they're purposeful, but they're not too purposeful, you know? Because we're not copying the reference exactly, even though you absolutely can. It's a good idea. It's a very, very good study. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to start putting highlights in places. We actually have a really, really strong, almost white highlight here. So we're going to implement that as well. Just to give it that really, really shiny look. We actually have some like really bright highlights down here too. I'm trying not to make the highlights like too smooth or anything because they are still kind of chunky just because the imperfections make it so that the light bounces around very kind of chaotically. It doesn't look perfect. There's lots of little bits of things everywhere. And that's why very clear stones are prioritized and very valuable comparatively. It's a lot easier to find stuff that has little bits of stuff in it than a good chunk that's just very, very pure. Honestly, I fear for the day that we end up getting, like, a fuck ton of homework submissions and then I can't, like, focus on them as much. Kinda like that we only have a couple right now. Means I can really go into detail with stuff. Also gonna do a little highlight over here as well. Because even if it's not on our reference, we can exaggerate things just for the sake of artists' stuff. Maybe give a little shine over here. And let's see, how else can we just really emphasize this? I feel like most of the work right now would just be like really just texturing it. So making it feel very imperfect. So I'm just adding little like dots and stuff to make it feel more broken up. Mixing some colors here and there. I also do not like the highlight up there as much as I thought I might. That's another thing. Never be afraid to like go back and touch up your shit a little bit. If you did it really well once, you can always do it really well again. It is not a fluke, it is your skill. Just add in little strands of light because it's going to be reflecting around and bouncing. So there we go. As for the shadow, I know that's not the original color that you chose for the shadow because I hue shifted it. But even then, let's see how we can improve this. Because there's absolutely still going to be a trace of color here. So let's see. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm going to start with a solid color. Going to put a little bounce light in here. Then I'm going to fade it out into the gray. Maybe I shouldn't have went with such a solid shape. Shadows are fucking hard, bro. I still struggle with shadows. Let's try this. Because I don't want that being too linear. Hello, Baller! Welcome, welcome! Enjoy your lurkin'. This is awesome. Can't believe I always forget about the homework. You should definitely try not to forget about the homework. Are you part of, or do you have the art student role? Because I usually do ping when it's getting close to homework time. Or I've started trying to do it. I didn't really do it in past attempts as much, but I've been trying to do it more lately. Just to make sure people remember. Because I know I forget fucking homework shit myself all the time, bro. Like IRL too. So I'm gonna actually do an add dodge layer in the shadow, which is kind of quirky. Just because it is translucent, so it's gonna be like kind of bright. I'm gonna actually exaggerate the brightness here a little bit too. With a soft add glow layer. And honestly, using a harder add glow might actually be a little better. Let me switch up my brush for a second. Get something with a little less opacity. Because I don't want to go too heavy with it.
I do. I'm terrible. I know. Oh, it's okay.
It is a-okay. As I said before, I'm so fucking garbage at homework, dude. I cannot count the amount of times in a high school that I'd come to French class and they'd be like, okay, the thing is due today. And I'm like, Jess, what do you mean it was due today? And then Jess gives me a look, and then I give Jess a look, and then she slides her homework over to me, and I look at her, and I go, thank you so much, holy fuck. She was my fucking goat in French class, dude. She saved my ass on so many homework assignments. I owe her my life. I haven't talked to her in years, but if I do, you can bet I'm gonna fucking thank her so much. She helped me so much. Okay, so here we go. Here's the little bit of an add glow layer on top. Just to make it appear more shiny, which isn't in the reference. I just like it. You're allowed to deviate from your references. Using references is all good and fine, but, you know, artistic creativity as well. You could also probably add some extra shadows if you really wanted to. Mostly just kind of playing around with it at this point. Because again, I do not have that much experience in drawing gemstones. But they are really, really good to analyze and practice just because, like, they have so much shit going on. Now let me just... let me move all of these references to a better place. So that I'm not covering everything up. Just so that they remember what we talked about and stuff. Also, let me delete those little janky lines. That's still there. Wrong pen. There we go. So I would do something more like this. And then you can see the difference between before and after, and you can see the difference in the values before and after as well. Values are so important. I cannot stress it enough. I emphasize it like every time we do a stream, whether it's like homework or not, but values, man. Values. I should make a shirt that just says values. And then have it go like fucking like white, gray, and then black. That'd be kind of cute. Especially if it was on like a gray shirt, because then it really emphasizes it. I'm thinking. Return, be working on something myself while listening. Let's go! I hope you share whatever you work on. I would love to see. Minecraft villagers are gonna love this one. Hell yeah, you know they will. Also, let me make sure that I copy and paste this so that I don't accidentally forget Hero again. I feel so bad that I forgot them twice before. Here we go. Hero will not be forgotten. Here we go. Okay, now I need to take a quick piss break, but then we're gonna get started on the, like, actual critiques. Or I'll take a piss break after I catch up in chat, so one more sec. Homework clutch? Yeah, she was the goat. Depression hit me in high school, basically stopped giving a fuck about doing most of my homework. Me too. Friends helped me out so much in my last year of high school. Though I also had, like, less serious classes in my last year as well, so that helped a little bit too.
Cause my grades to struggle a decent bit. I feel it, dude. Been there, done that. Would be a couple classes that would take the worst of it, and then once I'd lock in and bring those ones up, others would slip in their place. It's so hard to balance school, dude. I do not miss school whatsoever. Always present new streams and Twitch is not giving me my channel points. What the fuck? Why aren't they giving you your channel points, bro? That's a fucking piss off. Right before I went into college, did not help when there was less shit in place to keep me accountable with school and stuff. Dude, I struggled so much in college. Like, so much. It is such a different environment than, like, high school. Because you don't have as much pressure on you to do things, and then it's very easy to just not do those things. But BRB. I must, go piss. Enjoy the go kitty go. Okay, I have returned. Yippee. Now we can move on to critique time. Da-da-da. I also need to think up a new homework assignment as well. There has returned. I have. Yippee. Okay. Let's see. I believe it's actually Heroes again. Who's the next one in critique? Yes. Okay. So here is Heroes' work. Let me just get a little more comfy before I start. Have a little sip of water. Get my tablet set up and let's go. Yippee. So first things first, let's check our values. Honestly, the values are really good in this piece. We have a very, very good range of very light, very dark, which is really good for readability. I love the colored highlights on the bottom of the body as well. What I would personally potentially do, because presumably the light is coming from underneath. So a lot of the lighting actually looks pretty good. I would maybe add in some extra darks. Just because when your light's coming from the bottom, actually I can probably do this in an easier way, hold up. Da-da-da. Let me just do the entire body. It's gonna be a little rough, but that's okay. Will make more sense in a second. Also, I think I have anti-aliasing off on this. Oops. That's fine. Just gonna be a little crunchy. Just cover up all these little bits. Doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but I want to get it like pretty good. It'll make sense when I put it on multiply mode instead. This is just so I can see it. This is probably like one of my favorite tips for just like environmental lighting and like shading and stuff. Is just doing a really big shadow and then cutting out the light bits. Okay, so if we put this on multiply, we can push those values that we had earlier even further. If we just do a little of this. So we'll get the edges of the pinky. And we'll get this here. Not all of it, just a little bit of it. We also want the lighting to like affect the like folds a little bit as well. So we can actually drag that like in just a tad. Because if it's super smooth, then it makes it look like the object in general is smooth. But adding like a little bit of like shading interaction from the clothing will make it appear more clothing-like. We can get a little bit of light here. Little here, maybe. Just because it's usually nice to do a little bit of a reflected light on the face. And the hair sometimes as well, even if it's not 100% realistic. We're gonna do some light on the edges as well. There's also reflected light.
which they do already have. We're just pushing it just a tiny little bit more. I think I might actually change how the lighting is on the hand, because I do like the hand standing out a lot. I think that was a really good artistic decision. Maybe a little on the edge here. And I think I can choose a better color than blue for this as well. Let's choose more of a reddish color for the shadow. And then add a little bit of blue on top, baby. I'm gonna soften this just a tad as well. I would also, even though the background is already really, like, even though the values are really good, I just think pushing it even just a little bit more might be really nice. Because I'm assuming this is like a fiery kind of thing. So we're gonna like really brighten that up. And skin is pretty reflective, so that's gonna glow a good bit too. But you can tell how the vibes are very different just by adding a little bit of, well, actually that doesn't work, hold up. Funny layer shenanigans. But you can tell how there's a very different vibe just by doing a very minimal amount of extra shading and extra lighting. Angle's really cool. I know, I fucking love the angle they chose for it. I think it's so fucking sick. So just paying attention to like how bright and glowy things could be, I think helps a lot. You could even like brighten up these bits as well if you really wanted to. But since they are in the background, I probably wouldn't do it like too much. Like maybe just a little bit. Because you want your main focus to be in focus. But I think those are the main changes that I would make. You could even go like more dark with the shadows and stuff if you really wanted to. But I think overall you have a pretty solid base. I would just push it just a tiny incy bitsy bit. So let me send that to Hero. Okay. And now we get to move on to Hoodie's art, which I love. It's so cute. Their character is adorable. Like, look at them. They're so cute. Is that lava? I think it's lava. That's the reason why I said to like make it a little bit brighter, because lava does produce a lot of light. It is very bright. Very fiery. Honestly, they could have... one more thing, actually. I want to toy with. I'm gonna toy with this a little. Just before I move on. Because I'm wondering how this would look. Because this is just a little bit of a tonal correction. Really in the background, but I'll see it. Can't wait. Yeah. Just give me a couple more seconds. Because I just really wanted to see how this looked with slightly different values. Okay, I think that's actually a little bit better. So let me send that one to Hero as well.
Let me double up. Also, playing with tone correction can help a lot too, since it's by presumably lava. It would be pretty bright and reddish toned. Okay, now we can move on to hoodies. Wow, we what? Tips and critiques day? Yeah! I love doing critique day. I love when people turn in their homework, and I love just doing everything so much. Okay. So I love the pose and the expression and everything. One thing that does come to mind immediately. Well, let's do our usual. Don't want to jump in too quick. We'll do our tonal correction, or not tonal correction. Check the values. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Which your values are pretty solid actually. You tend to go like pretty dark, so there's not a whole lot of light contrast, but the light that you do have contrasts like pretty well. So I think it's very good, very readable. One thing that isn't as readable is the tones for the skin tone and the purple on the eyebrows are pretty similar, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's very dependent on how you like your design and everything, of course. But as I was gonna say, the first thing I noticed is that the eyes feel like they could be just moved around very, very slightly. Because they feel like they're a little not as symmetrical as they could be. Let's see. We just adjust a couple things here and there. And I think it gives like a little bit more of a more readable or like anatomically correct shape. And of course faces and stuff can be like all kinds of shapes. So you do not have to abide by the shape that I correct it to. It's just something to keep in mind, like anatomy-wise. Like how big things are in comparison to one another. Because this is why it's really, really good to study like the anatomy of a skull, because then you know like where the eyes sit and where like the nose sits, and it can be a lot easier to just like figure out where that stuff is placed. Really here? Oh wait, I already read that. Hee. They're made from the mist. I love that. That's so cute. Values people values, exactly. I love values, man. Learning to work more with values changed up my workflow so much. Like, I cannot emphasize it enough. Then I'd say the eyebrows can be a little more the same size as well. But I do love your character design. It's so cute. Oh, maybe I could do like a character redesign stream. Not that I think yours needs to be redesigned. I was just like ADHD brain tangent. Sometimes you see thing and then brain go, oh, you can do this thing too. And I go, oh. Love how I explain everything I have problems with. Yeah, I try to explain everything because I've been there. I have been there. I have made so many mistakes. I've struggled with so many things. I've had to analyze my own art so much. And I know just how valuable it is, like, learning, like, one or two things that you struggle with and getting that, like, pointed out so that you know, like, to focus more and, like... I'm glad you like my feedback, basically. My main goal is to be helpful, so I'm very, very happy when I can be. It also looks like the hair is a little off to the side.
So I would like round it out a bit. Because you're not only going like by the skull, like the shape of it, but you also need to pay attention to like the volume of the hair that it adds on top. Because a lot of the time, it's really funny. A lot of the time, you'll see like sketches of like someone like starting out to draw an anime girl, right? You're like, teehee, like yay. And then they have this fucking giant ass skull that's like alien and inhumane. And that usually just like either accounts, like it depends on the style. Some people draw it bigger, some people draw it smaller. But a lot of the time that like just accounts for the hair around it. Because like if we assume the smaller circle is like our skull and stuff, then the hair just like adds on top of it. And it can look really strange at first, but just like when you fill it in, it like makes sense and you're like, ah, okay, anime ladies are very fucking weird, gotcha. They are very alien. So with yours specifically, if we draw in the skull, we have this. And then we just want to make sure that the hair goes up and around on top. This was pressed down a little too much before. I also try to keep critiques like as much in the style of the original person as I can, which is why I really like using Liquify for corrections. Because even though I could redraw it, if I do redraw it, it's more in my style. And I like people having their own styles. That's the main fixes that I would say. I think the perspective of the ear maybe be touched up because it really depends on like which kind of shape you're aiming for. A lot of the times with like these kinds of ears, usually see them more like this. And they usually have a little bit more of a point, but I don't know if yours are supposed to be like more rounded or not. So I'm a little hesitant to do that. Would love to have them redesigned so much. I would love to do that actually. I think it would be really fun. Wouldn't it be tiring for you? Dude, I draw every day. Doing a little bit of extra stuff doesn't add much to me. Yeah, it would not be that bad. Blair would definitely pick hot women first to redesign. Maybe. Listen, that's just because it's my expertise, okay? It's a lot harder for me to design men. I can design men, but I'd say it takes me probably 3 times longer. And for ears, like from Kipo. Oh, okay. Let me look up Kipo. I know I watched Kipo, but my visual memory of Kipo is kind of shit. So, Kipo ears. Oh, okay. So kinda more like jaguar-y almost. Very rounded. Okay, I see. Okay. All right. Let me just look at how they do it. Then I can offer a little more advice. Okay, so they're very thick and chunky and kind of a little curved. Okay, I got this. Love how you help. I'm glad. It makes me so happy. Still trying to find my own style and stick with it if I'm honest. Okay, this is gonna... It's not gonna sound like good advice. But my advice when it comes to your own style is forget it. Just don't stop thinking about your style. Just stop thinking. Just draw. Because if you look at my art, you're gonna see such a fucking range of art styles. Like I can here, I will expose myself very slightly. Hold up. So we have an image like this. And then we have an image like, God, what's one I don't like? I don't like the peach one. Where's the peach one? I posted it anyway, but I didn't like how it came out. But like, these two pieces are by the same artist, but they look very, very different. And then even if you compare it to like one of my experimental pieces as well, this one looks like it's in a completely different style too. So like, just don't worry about styles, man. Your style will come to you naturally and it might shift around, and that is a-okay. That is how it goes. Alright, Jaguar 2, so yes, yeah! Okay. So when it comes to Jaguar vibes, let me do a quick sketch. So I think they might be a little long for Jaguar. You can also absolutely still have long Jaguar, like your OC, your design decisions. I actually think the left one is like pretty alright. But I'd say like lean a little bit shorter, and then just try to keep in mind like the thickness. So if I try to move this in, I may have to draw over it just a tiny bit, but we'll see. But it's mainly the shape that makes a big difference. So I'd say that might be a little bit closer for Jaguar vibes. Because I think they were just a little bit on the long side. They kind of gave me more like goatish kind of ears at first. But again, you can still have them long. Would like to see a redesign stream and would definitely submit a few of my designs for that. Curious if you're just going to do it based on visually or the law that should go with them, because that would make quite a difference in the end result. I would probably go visually, and then probably ask for a very minimal amount of like lore stuff. So nothing too in depth, just because that's a lot to read, but like just like the main points. Like, for example, if we used the design that I made the other day, which I sold it. Someone bought it, and I'm really happy. I saw this morning that they bought it like yesterday, and I'm like, oh, thank you. But like, for example, with this one, like if I were gonna do redesigns, I'd probably tell people to tell me like the bare bones of what their design is like. Like tell me if it's like energetic. Tell me like a 1 or 2 facts, like, I don't know, always carries batteries. And if that was the case, then like I'd probably give them like a little battery pack. So it would be just including a couple little points of like what's important to your design. She's so quick. I know. I didn't think she was gonna sell, or that she would sell fast. But I'm so flattered and very happy. Always forgot to draw the eyelids. Never actually drew them, I think. You don't have to draw eyelids. You can. It's a stylistic choice. But you definitely could add them in if you wanted to. I usually add eyelids. Also, one thing I would consider, I think it's really interesting having the eyelashes go the opposite way. But a lot of the time, you usually want the eyelashes to follow the curvature. So I'd actually probably remove those 2 eyelashes. And maybe if you wanted to, you could do like a darker center, because that'll look a little more catty. But that's totally up to you. That is not that is just a suggestion that you may like. Hydrate will do. Thank you. In character redesign, you can just do whatever you want since you're redesigning it. Yeah, but I'd like to abide by like the original ideas as much as possible. And of course, it would all just like be in fun. I wouldn't want anyone to take it too seriously unless they really like the design, in which case it's their design then. Okay. What else? I think with the clothing, actually this is something I noticed with the entire piece. I'm surprised I didn't notice before actually. It looks like you use a very, very soft brush for your shading. So you see that if I zoom in here, it's not very harsh, like the transition. I think learning to use a mix of like hard and soft shadows would probably be really good for you. Cause like I do like that little soft here, but it would look good, I think. Have a little bit of shadow over here, for example. And then you can also include some other stuff like the like little bit of sewing bit like on shirts and stuff that tends to appear there. And you could also include like the small detail here as well. This should be on a multiply layer. There we go, that's better.
Also, thank you for the follow, King Godzilla. Thank you, thank you.
I hope you enjoy your stay in purgatory. And I also have Discord and Twitter and Blue Sky if you care, and if you don't care, that's also a-okay.
Stretch will do, thank you. Very good to take care of your wrists and your body and everything, especially if you're shrimping in your seat, because I'm very guilty of that.
Okay, there we go. But yeah, I would implement some hard shading into your style. Because you can absolutely do soft shading, but in reality, okay. You can do soft shading or you can do hard shading. Either one works, you know. It's very style dependent. And depending on your style, you can make either work. But in reality, there's usually a mix of soft and hard stuff. And like learning to use both of them can put a lot of power in your hands, even if you don't end up always using both. It just gives you a very different perspective on things. So if we just add like a couple folds in here. And then what else? Let's see. If we add a little bit of harsh shading to the hair as well, that can change how things feel as well. So for example, just doing like this can really just give it a whole different feeling. And also, this is absolutely a stereotype, so it's not always true, and like take my words with a grain of salt. But a lot of the times, just shading in a soft brush is usually seen as like amateurish, but it doesn't have to be. You can absolutely do soft shading really, really well. It's just a lot more difficult to pull off because even with here, let's see. I'm gonna do 3 spheres like super quick. Okay. So this one's gonna be pure soft shading, right? So like it can look pretty good, you know, for just a couple seconds, you know? And then on this one is a hard edge with soft shading. So this is like a mix of both. So this is hard outline, soft shading specifically. I'm not doing any hard shading in here. A little bit lighter. And then in this one, I'm going to do specifically just hard shading. So let me do this. And like, obviously none of them are bad. They're all very clearly spheres. But the one that's like a mix of both is a lot more readable and realistic. And the one that's like this one, the one that's still in progress, it just looks a lot cleaner and looks a lot more intentional than this, you know? So like learning to like mix and match both is really, really, really helpful. Now I feel called out because I'm sludging a bit. It's good to be called out. It means you can fix it. First shading ever, try to apply hard edge shading too. Yes! Trust me, I did the exact same thing when I started. I can actually find you an example of my old art. Hold up. Hold up. Because I think it's really funny. Because I did the exact same shit when I first started out. So let me grab you some art from like grade 6. Just give me a second to find it. Okay, here we go. You can see I did the exact same stuff. The exact same stuff. And I think that picture might have been when my friend told me, hey, you should start using harder edges. So when did I... Okay, no, it was actually a bit later I started using hard edges. Where's the first time I used harder shading? Oh god, I don't even want to show the first one I used it. Oh god. So, this is Italy from Hatalia that I drew in 2010. And you can see I was trying to mix a little bit of soft and light and... God, what a fucking blast from the past, bro. But you can see how even just like switching just to harder lines makes it feel a lot more like I'm purposely doing things. But I still have some soft shading around in places it shouldn't be. But it's funny. It's all a learning process. Is it okay to use as my profile picture anywhere after critique, as it's lots of your input as well? Absolutely. I do not mind that at all. I am more than happy to allow that. Because it is your art originally. I have just added a couple of funny little things to it. Let me get rid of those bowls. Surprised you didn't yell and break down on my hand? Your hand is really good. Like, genuinely. Could it be better? Yes. But my hands can be better too. Things can always be better. There's always something to improve. So let me just add in a little more harsh here. Here we go. But yeah, your hand, like, honestly, there isn't too many problems with it. Like, I haven't gotten to it yet, obviously. But I'd probably raise your thumb a little bit. The thing with hands also is that everyone's hands are different, so depending on your references, some fixes might actually not be realistic. So I'm just going off a base hand. I think your second finger here was a little squished in, so we're just gonna unsquish that. But like, honestly, it is not a bad hand. It is very readable. You know what it is. You know what it's doing. Might decrease the height of them just a little. But yeah, like, honestly, like, your hand's still, like, pretty good. It's just a little bit of a proportion wonkiness. And hands are fucking hard, dude. Hands are so fucking hard. Probably just add in a little shading here. Also, I like to put some hard shading on my fingers. It's just something I like to do on, like, the knuckles and stuff. Obviously, it's a little easier to do when, like, you've drawn, like, 1,000,000,001 hands and you kind of know where the shadows should be. But, like, just playing around with shadows and using references and please use references. Please use references. Hands are so hard, and sometimes I still don't use references because I never fucking learn. But, like, references are godsend. I also think the arm could be, like, a little thicker. And I also think the arm is a little on the long side as well. Just a little bit. But maybe not, actually. Okay, the arm length might actually be fine. I was thinking it looked a little long, but I think, like, measured up, it's kind of similar. Because normally your wrist kind of aligns with your shoulder, pretty much. And then your elbow usually aligns, like, with your waist, so I think it's actually in proportion. I think my brain is just a little silly. Also, is the back here supposed to be, like, kind of a fiery, misty kind of, feel to it? Can you see my muddy red highlights on the hair? Yes, I do see them. I was actually gonna say, you probably want to choose like a slightly different highlight color. But colors are fucking hard. I'm not going to lie. Colors are very, very, very difficult. And the thing is with like highlights, you can really kind of just choose anything as long as it works. So I'd probably choose like a really saturated red just for funsies. It's a mist. Okay, okay. I might have some tips for that as well. No reference for hand? Really? 0%? Not even my own? That's really good for not using a reference, actually. With a reference, I think you would do really, really, really good with hands. Bad Joking Coming said that's not a bad hand. When did we start playing poker? Dude, I haven't played like straight up poker in fucking ages. Okay. So one thing I do like, since you did say it was misty, I do like that you have it like bleeding into the background, because that's basically what would happen, because you can see through mist. I would actually, contrary to my advice from before, I would actually soften this up a lot. And this is what I usually mean by mixing like hard and soft stuff. So I would like make this like really, really soft. And then the thing with mist is it tends to like just like kind of go around and do its own thing. But something I also like to do with like misty textures is I kind of like to like cut some out. This is more so like what I do for like fire specifically. Just so it doesn't have that really like solid look to it. But just like cutting out some like circles here and there, just adding in some like extra wispiness. Just really give it like a different vibe. And then of course, if you want to, you can also mix in some hard shapes as well. If you want to like emphasize some stuff. But it's entirely up to like how you want the end product to be. So this is just like one way to do things. And then just blend these colors a little bit. So you can see how that just changes like the feeling of it a lot. Love how much I'm learning. I'm glad. I'm really happy. I love teaching things. Also, depending on like how you want your mist to be, you could even like make it a little extra glowy if you wanted to with a like add glow layer. If you want it to like really stand out, though, if you make that stand out, then you probably want to add probably want your highlights to be more pink if that was like a light source. So you could do like a little of this. Because light sources just affect everything and all that fun stuff, and there's like a million ways to go into like details and things. So obvious, yet I'd make the same mistakes otherwise. That's why it's really, really good and really, really valuable to get critique. That's why I'm really happy that I can like actually offer stuff like this. Because it's very It's stuff that a lot of people like don't think about until later when they like just happen to like luck upon like a tutorial or something. And they're like, oh shit, I should do that. And it's like, I wish I knew that before. So I just like sharing all the stuff that I've happened to pick up over time. I'll let you skip the self-discovery step. So yeah, that's like the basic stuff I would suggest focusing on. Now I shall move on to the next person. Even though I only have 40 minutes and like 3 more or 4 more to go. It may be a long day today. Okay. So let me copy and paste that and send it to you. There you go. Okay, and now we have Avos. Love this character combo, blue, purple, red, and green. Right? It's so many good colors. Okay. So this is Avo's piece. So let's see what we can do here. Let me merge it to a new layer so I can always reference the old one. We're not going to bother too much with values on this one just because it is specifically black and white on traditional, so there's not too much we can really do. Pen doesn't offer that many values, unless you're really, really good with pen, which you can get very, very good with pen, but it's hard. So the first thing I would do is, the face feels a little on the thin side, so I would flesh this out a lot. The face is, like, pretty symmetrical. They did really, really good on that. Just gonna move things into proportion pretty much. Gonna move the eyes down a little bit. So they seem a little high. And then just with fixing like just the face shape, you can see like a really big difference. How often do these tips critique streams happen? Usually once every like 1 to 2 weeks. Cause I also do homework assignments, which is what I was doing earlier. Here we go. Here's heroes. So this was like a study on like drawing like materials and the like. And you can see some more here and here. And then I toss in the critiques with it, basically. So I do them both in one stream together. But I could potentially do them more often as well, depending. I could maybe make it a weekly thing once I get everything set up. Looks much better already. Yeah, it's just, the thing is, like, it's a lot of really, really simple things that really, like, make or break art pieces. Appreciate Blair for teaching us. Thank you. I appreciate you guys for sending me stuff. It is, like honestly, really, really, really fucking huge props to everyone who does, like, the homework assignments or sends in their stuff for, like, critique, because critique can be really hard to hear, okay? It's really easy to be nervous about your own art and to fear, like, people commenting on it and all that stuff, and it can also sometimes feel really bad. So, like, honestly, really, really, really huge props to everyone who sends in something to me, because it is hard to do that shit. That shit's scary, bro. And I appreciate it so much. Thank you for helping me make my content. Okay. And honestly, the volume on the hair is pretty solid. I would, like, maybe push it out just, like, a little bit. Here we go. And maybe put in that collar a little bit, because colors tend to be, like, pretty stiff. So if we put that collar in... Ignore all the distorted lines. It's a little easier on a white paper, but it's a little more difficult when we have the lines there. I also really like that you did the little bit of a shading here on the neck as well, actually. I'm trying to think what else I would suggest. So you can absolutely do hair in this way, where it's like a bunch of tiny strokes. But what actually might end up looking better is if you do like smaller, like basically outline the hair. So if you do something like this, then you can get more of that like traditional anime look. If you want that, of course. If you don't want that, that is also valid. And then you can also draw occasional strands coming off as well. Because a big mistake that people make, even with realistic art rather than anime, a lot of people end up drawing every individual hair strand, and you really don't need to. So basically what you tend to want to do with hair is you kind of want to imply hair strands rather than draw them, actually. So like just by adding a couple little strands, it gives like a little more traditional anime look. Love your critique. Favorite artist to just thank you. I'm really happy people like my critiques. I know how bad it feels to get like a rough critique, so I'm usually pretty careful with how I critique things. And I want everyone to know like your stuff isn't bad if things get changed. It's just things that you can work on and things to like focus on in the future. It is stroke by stroke, got a bit tired in the middle. Understandable. It's very tiring to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, as I was saying with hair, I think a good demonstration of like how to make hair work is let's draw a quick little face, okay? We're just gonna draw a circle face because it's easier. Yippee. So the way to do hair basically, so like I said, you want to imply hair strands. So even if we don't draw any strands and we just draw a solid thing, just draw really the flat hair, okay? This is a fun hairstyle. So the way we can imply strands is we could just do like 1 or 2 strands. And then we can imply a highlight. This is harder with pen specifically, which you are working on, so it doesn't necessarily apply to your piece specifically. But we can just imply strands by doing like a little highlight and like a couple lines in the highlight. And then you can maybe do like 1 or 2 highlighted strands here or there, if you really want to, or like chop up the silhouette slightly. And then without drawing 1,000,000,001 strands, you suddenly have the texture of hair. So a lot of art is implying things rather than necessarily drawing all the actual details. And you'll notice this in like backgrounds especially. Let me see if I can look up a good example. Let's see. Let's get a piece most of you will realize or recognize. Let's get the Mona Lisa. So if we zoom out, right? Everything looks pretty detailed. It's very realistic. But the moment we start zooming in, there's not a lot of detail here. It's all just implied. Like, it's just through the colors and, like, emphasizing certain aspects that we actually get the illusion of, like, hair. And it counts for the background, too. Like, who fucking knows what this background is? Is it ocean? Is it mountains? Is it buildings? Who fucking knows? But, it works. It looks good together. And that's just basically how art is. It's a lot of implications. And then this is all like really like soft and stuff. Repaint my Minos Lisa? Any critique is good critique? I disagree. I think unwanted critique is very unfun. Because there are sometimes you just want to make an art piece and post it and be happy with it, and then some people offer unwanted critique, and then that feels pretty bad. Like, I still appreciate critique nonetheless, but when it's unwanted, it's usually, can be perceived as a little rude. And some people can also be, very mean or just bad with critique. Because sometimes people will be like, this is wrong, when in which case it's not wrong. It's just maybe you want to do said thing in a slightly different way if you're trying to achieve this certain effect. Because there is no right or wrong with art. There is simply art. Which is why I do not like that people get graded on art. Do you have something like a step-by-step I could follow? No. The reason why I do not have something like that is because it would depend specifically what you would need a step-by-step on. And everything is very... What's the word? I would not be able to make enough little step-by-steps to cover everything. I guess, like, the loosest step-by-step I could probably offer is usually sketch and breaking things down into simple shapes. So for your piece, for example, you can generally break heads down into circles and then line. And you can do this kind of thing, but this thing doesn't really... It's a okay beginner tip, just like to learn like proportions and sketch things out first and then like go over it later more detailed. But I can explain different ways to break things down, but it doesn't really matter if it's not the way that you see things, if that makes sense. Cause like, what's a good example? I'm trying to think. Honestly, faces are probably the best example still. So like you can break faces down into this shape, right? But you can also break it down in different ways. So one way that I really liked breaking faces down was I used to like just drawing in a mask because that's how I usually saw the planes of the face. So I used to do like this for a while because it helped me place the eyes better. But a lot of art is just learning to break down the shape and then observe like how the shape like changes. It's really, really difficult to explain because it's a very personal experience for most artists. And like, you don't even have to like start with a circle for a head. Some people start with just like a rectangle and break it down from there. So I would try and discover like a way that works for you. Because you can absolutely break anything down in a multitude of ways. Only wrong way is not doing it exactly. Maybe the real style was the friends you made along the way. Pretty much. Do not fret about art style. Just have fun. But yeah, that's the main tips I would offer to you. Also, if you're working with like ink and stuff, this looks like a ballpoint, so correct me if I'm wrong. You can absolutely work in ballpoint if you want. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you really want to, I would suggest maybe getting a like Sharpie pen to work with. And then like a Sharpie pen and a marker, because then you could just instead of doing all these strands, you could just like fill it in with the marker. But that's only if you like really want to. I also like the look of ballpoint stuff, and you can do a lot with ballpoint and cross hatching, because I like working in ballpoint occasionally. Like if you filled this all in black, you could do this, and if you do your sketch really well, you could move around a highlight. So you could do something like this instead if you wanted. But that's a little more tricky. Alternatively, you can also use like white paints on top as well to do highlights. There's a lot of ways to go about things. And then let's see. The eyes also feel a little blocky to me. So rather than have your eyes be very rectangular, you should try making them more prism-like. So rather than a pure rectangle, you can kind of do a slant, basically. And then if you simplify that slant down, we can get something like this. And this is just how I draw eyes, so of course, like, you know, do what you wish. Do what makes you happy. But this kind of eye shape is usually more common. When it comes to the iris, honestly, fucking go ham. You can have, like, chonky irises, you can have, like, circular irises. Neither is really better or worse than the other, it's very just stylistic based. But just keeping that, like, slanted diamond shape in mind can help a lot. It can also help to, like, study skulls so that you know, like, where the face holes are, for lack of a better word. So just doing, like, these small little changes can make a very, very big difference in the end product. So it goes from, like, this to this. And all I really changed was a couple of proportions and the eye shape. That's it. No, an artist who always started with the face and built the head around it. Yeah, I do that sometimes too, honestly. Sometimes I just really want a certain expression, and it's just a lot easier to draw that expression first and then, like, fill everything else in. And then other times I want a very specific, like, body, so I'll draw, like, the body first. Or, like, sometimes I, like, draw the legs first, or I mix it up. I do a little bit of everything. It just depends on which piece. Okay. So this is a very, very personal thing. I know some people always start their art the same way. I think it's a really good idea to experiment with, like, where you start. Because you might find a different method that just, like, really, really works for you. So I'll open up a blank canvas before I move on to more critique stuff, just real quick. Just to explain what I mean. Let's do this and copy and paste and copy and paste and copy and paste. And then let me do this and this. So, like, you know, maybe if your piece is, like, very focused on the face, you'll want to do, like, your face first, like, yay, and then, like, maybe the hands, like, yay. And then, like, maybe if your pose is, like, more, like, more dynamic, I guess. So let's say this is, like, the ground, and it's, like, you know, you want your person, like, running up a hill, maybe. They're gonna Naruto run because I said so. So maybe you'll start more with the body, and then focus more on the head, like, later. Just because you want to know what the focal point of your piece is, basically. And kind of work around that. That's how I do it anyway. Obviously, some people start in different directions, and that is totally fine. Maybe they have a tail, too. Yippee. They're a cat girl now. Cat ninja. And then, like, maybe for other stuff, if, like, the person isn't your main thing, I'm pretty sure Zavasa had, like, a piece that was, like, very bright over here or something. And I think they were, like, standing on a cliff. I have a vague memory of a really nice composition, and I think Zavasa did it, but I can't remember exactly. But, like, you don't always want to start with the same thing. And it's really, really good to just, like, break things down to, like, see how you want to do stuff. And, like, maybe you want to draw legs first because the legs are going to be, like, really up close or something. Like, yay! And this is, like, a knee, and this is a knee. So it's all just, like, a lot of experimentation, a lot of playing around. No one way to do things. Art of learning always been an imitation, so imitating a bunch of different techniques and figuring out which ones work best is a good way to go about it, which is why imitation is the greatest form of flattery if you have the right viewpoint, which is not stealing and claiming it as yours, but a separate matter altogether. Yes, exactly! Steal from 1,000,000,001 sources to make your own thing. Internet's dead? No! I hope it comes back. Try them in class soon. Yeah, lots of things to try. Gotta go. See you, nerds. Have fun with the critiques. Yeah. I will absolutely enjoy doing the rest of the critiques. I think we're gonna go a little bit over 4 hours, but that's okay. I'm a-okay with that. I want to do everyone. Bat Squishmallow time? Yeah, bat time. Also, yippee, Team Canada. Okay, now where was I? I was going to do Zavasas. And man, you guys know I always like fucking simp over Zavasa's art because they're just, they're so good. I love the expressions Zavasa always includes. It makes me very happy. It tickles my little artist brain. So the first thing I immediately notice is I love the feeling of just weight in this piece. Like I have to zoom out because my fucking head is giant as fuck. Also repositioning my phone would probably help. More focus on body language, showing strength, and you pulled it off so fucking well. Like, genuinely. Because, like, this thing, this is gonna be fucking heavy. This shit is gonna be dragging down, right? So you need to, like, counteract that, and you did so well with just, like, figuring out where, like, the balance has to be. And, like, I love, like, the ground even, like, getting fucked up just because of how heavy it is. I adore it so much. Skip mine if you have to. Did come a little bit late with it. No, I will not skip. We are not skipping anyone. I did, like, a fucking almost 7-hour stream the other day. I can handle an extra, like, 20 minutes. Don't you worry. But I just, Zavasa, you always fucking do so well. Everyone does so well, but, like, there's just you're just really, really good with composition. And that's always so impressive to me because I struggled so long with compositions. So long, and you're just so good with it. But let's get on to critique. Let's go. So, we'll do our usual, which is check our values. And they're really good, actually. They're really, really good. You have a very good, like, light in the background, but not, like, completely light. And you have a good mix of darks as well. I would I'd push it just a little bit more. Though you already do. Because you can see that, like, here is lighter than here, which I love. But I would say just, like, even just a little bit more might be nice. I also think that the this is a color thing rather than anything else. It seems that you go very desaturated with your shadows. Something that can help things feel a lot more lively is to go more saturated with your shadows. So rather than, like, this and then this, doing something with a little more color in it can be pretty helpful. So doing like this and this, for example. Obviously shadows and highlights will be different depending on your environment and where the light is coming from. So like a blue light, for example, would give a much different color than like sunlight and stuff. Just things to keep in mind. So I think my first edit would probably be not fixing that. It doesn't necessarily need to be fixed. That's just a personal thing I like. So I would add in some red into the shadows. But I don't want to do it to the entire thing, so I should probably select where I want to change. So let me just select any skin tony areas. But yeah, basically if you choose less saturated colors, especially colors that lean away from reds, for skin specifically, you're gonna make the character feel a lot more dead, basically. Because the red like undertone that a lot of skin has is actually specifically because skin is not opaque. It's actually also translucent, like the like diamonds and shit we were doing earlier. So we actually, your blood from underneath your skin is going to give your skin a warmer tone to it. Which is why this looks a little more dead than it could. So let's just do this. Just gonna add a little bit of red in here. This is also just a personal bias. You don't have to do this, as with any of my edits. I just really like working with reds. I like very warm compositions. So just by changing that alone, it makes it feel a lot more glowy. Fit muscular ladies? Yes, right. That's what I'm saying. Did someone say an extra 20 hours? I sure did hear 20 hours. No. 20 minutes. I can maybe do an extra hour depending on how long it takes, but we'll see. I don't like rushing my critiques, you know? Thought of it, but never really knew how to show it. Yeah. So like that little just like bit of red. It's the same as like when someone blushes and why if they're like blushing, we add in like a little red because it's actually specifically more like blood flow like going to the face. And that's what actually causes like IRL blush and like flushing in the skin. I see you also do have a good amount of like hard lines versus soft lines. But I would lean a little more into the hard lines, just a little bit. Because even though skin is like really, really smooth, there tends to be a lot of sharper shadows sometimes as well. So like especially with like the shadow of this rod, for example, we could do let me warm this up a bit. You could do like a cast shadow here. I'd actually probably lower that down a bit just because it's up a bit. And then I'd probably also include that on the shadow down here as well. Maybe not as dark as I'm drawing it because since it is thin, wouldn't be super apparent here. Also, one thing to keep in mind is that things can actually have more than one shadow, depending on the light. So, like, we have light that's coming from the back, obviously, which, if it's coming from the back, it actually might be a good idea to do this. Just give me a moment. I'm just selecting this bright-ass blue so I can see it. So since the light is coming from the back, let's choose kind of a desaturated bluish purplish color. Put that on multiply, make it a little dark, and then we can actually cut out some highlights here. And this will add a lot more like drama to the like overall feel just by adding in these harsh highlights. We're gonna get some peeking in here as well. We can even do like a big highlight on the top if we really want to. And the back of the leg is gonna get like a lot of light on this one just because it's curved a bit. And we have a little bit of bounce, like light bouncing around in other places too. A lot of time it's also really nice to do just like a little bit of a lighter bit on the face, just because like the light will like eventually reflect down onto the chest and then bounce up a bit. Kind of want to go a little more. Then we can also do the same thing with the cube. Just kind of emphasize that and give us a little bit more of a variation in the values. A little bit of highlight. Wouldn't necessarily choose that color all over for it. But it gets like the job, gets the point across. So I'd probably actually choose like a slightly redder color for anything over flesh. But you can see like, just makes the lighting feel a lot more dramatic.
Did a thigh squish because the metal bar is on it? Oh, if it's resting on, okay. That changes things.
I didn't realize it was actually resting on it. In that case, ignore my old, shadow here, because that would actually change where the shadow is. I actually did not notice the, thigh squish. For thigh squish, if it's on this thigh, I would actually... Here we go. Let me get rid of the shadow for a second. If you're squishing stuff, you want to make sure you kind of like curve it a bit. Because when, how do I explain? If this... Wait, no. If this is a soft, fleshy surface, and you press like a rod into it, you're gonna get it going like this, depending on the material. You'll usually get like a little build-up around the edges. So you kind of want to really make that just kind of go over it just a smidge, because it's getting pressed in there. And you might want to also like make your liner thinner there to imply it as well. And that would also cause like different shadows. You might even have like a tiny shadow on the metal as well. Just because the flesh would cause like a little bit of contact and then tiniest little shadows. It's on the first, like, shit, sorry. Okay, I can see it now. The same rules do still apply. So you just do a little bit on this one. And then you might also have a slight highlight here as well, where it's being like pushed up. Squishes are hard, but they're so fun. Another thing to consider is also if you are muscular, you're gonna have a little less squish because a lot of the squish usually comes from like fat, but you can also like just exaggerate things because, you know, drawing versus reality. Tonight's gonna be a longboarding night. Ooh, have fun. For extra support to lift it? Yeah. I get it. Don't really come to my mind. I can do that. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Let me merge this to a new layer and put all my edits in one section just so that I can compare really easy. Okay. So, one thing that would also really help, I think, is learning a little more muscle structure. I do know it's more of a, it's still in like the rougher, like sketchy stage. But like just knowing how to emphasize muscles, for example, will make it feel a lot more muscular. Because right now it still feels like relatively soft overall. But when it comes to muscular physiques and stuff, you tend to go a little harsher with highlights and shadows. So I know like you have like a rough idea, like over here, for example. I would just like really just kind of emphasize some of these just a little bit. I'm also not really good at super muscular physiques, so take it with a grain of salt as well. Do your studies, use references, all that fun stuff. Because I am just trying my best. But I know there is a lot of muscles, and learning how to mix like soft and hard will just like make a really big difference. See more experimenting on it? Yeah. I believe in you, Safasa. You've gotten so fucking good. Like, you are already really good, but I always see, like, so much improvement from you, and it makes me so happy. And then, of course, you know, like, getting rid of the sketch lines and stuff. But that would be, like, the obvious, like, next step. This is why it's a little easier to, correct fully finished pieces. Just because, like, I can critique the, final rendering and the like. I can also critique whips. It's just slightly more difficult. I know there's like a muscle like here or something. So just like really emphasizing those like muscles. Because you can see there's a big difference between like this and like the other leg. Carving my line art? Yeah, I love carving my line art too. That's how I love to do it. All because of you? Nuh-uh. I just gave you a couple of tiny little tips. You're the one that listened and put it into practice. I am nothing. I cannot improve someone who does not wish to actively try to improve. But yeah, that's the main thing I can think of. That and again like cast shadows. So I know we said it's resting on this one, so I guess the shadow would be more like here in that case. And cast shadows are just shadows that are cast by other objects. Also, this would actually go further out. Also, I'm dumb. You already have the shadow over there, so if the shadow is from there, then it wouldn't line up with that. Ah! Okay. So, ignore these, lines then. Sorry, it's really easy to forget, or not notice certain details sometimes. Because if this is the main shadow, then we're not going to see the, shadow from this. I always own up to my mistakes. I am not perfect. One other tiny detail is I'd probably put like a really dark shadow on the handle here. Just because that specific area is going to receive very little light. The edges are going to receive a lot of light from the original source and like bouncing up and hitting it. You're not going to get a whole lot in the center. And then maybe a little bit of cast shadow under the chin. Or just like a tiny little bit of extra shading in certain places. And I did point out originally that I did say the abdomen could probably use a tiny little more shading as well. Not too much, just like the tiniest bit. Then I think that's a pretty good slight edit. Didn't change too much, just a little bit. And then you can see the difference in the values as well. Like just a tiny little bit of changing things up can help a lot. And never fear experimenting with stuff. It's really, really good to experiment. True, it's all because of you and can't change how awesome you are. Right back at you, though. Hot lady abs? I do like hot lady abs. I need to draw more ladies with abs, honestly. Am I able to enter any art for this? Trying to learn Clip Studio Paint, trying to do art, but don't know what I could be doing much better. Very new to digital though. Yeah, go for it. In the Discord, if you join, then you can go to channels and roles and you can select the art student role, which will be in, it'll ask you specifically, do I have it under the art tab? Oh no, I have it under art class. So it says, do you have any interest in these topics? And under art class, make sure you select that. And then you can find the channel called critique submission. Then you can send it in there. So let me reply to Zavasa with theirs. Here we go. And then we can do M's and then we can do yours. Thank you so much, of course. And thank you for participating. I am very, 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 very happy to do critiques. I find it really, really fun and I love being able to help people. And if you have any specific questions as well, feel free to ask that as well. Also, I dropped my pen. Give me a second to find it. There we go. That didn't take long because I cleaned my room the other day. I was good. And man, it feels so much better. Every time I clean my room, I forget how good it feels, bro. Pen has escaped. It always tries to escape, but I will never let it. Just gotta convert file. Yeah, no rush. You still have to do M's anyway. So here we go. Here is M's, and I love it. First thing I am gonna do is I believe it was it looks like watercolor. And the image resolution is pretty tiny, so I'm actually gonna make it a good chunk bigger just because I do work on like relatively large canvas sizes, and it allows me to just edit things a bit easier. So there we go. Purple snack, yeah, purple snack. Okay, so the first thing I absolutely love with this is I love all the colors. I have a lot of difficulty with like choosing colors that go well together. It is so hard. And I think they did it so well. Can drop a bigger resolution, didn't know if it would accept it. Oh, it's fine. I think it works. I think I can still see like all of the details for the most part. Okay. So we can start off with our usual value checking. And we can see that there's a good range of values, but there is very, very little change in value over here. So all of this, it kind of just ends up blending together. Which you can absolutely do. There's nothing wrong with that if that's the intended look. But oftentimes adding a lot more values in between can just increase the readability and help achieve like certain effects as well. Mixed media, proportionally much more watercolor. Ah, I see. I definitely got the watercolor vibes. Okay, let me duplicate this. Okay, so what I would do, the first thing I would do is I would establish where the light source is coming from. I'm going to assume maybe it's like off the canvas, like over here-ish. I'm just gonna draw it like on the canvas, like right here. And say it's kind of like coming from here, give or take. We're gonna pretend that's the sun, because then it just gives us a good reference for where we want our shadows. And it looks like the shadows seem to align mostly with that as well. So what we can immediately do is we can add a little more shadow to the girl because the light would hit her from the side. Area where she's at, I had a lot of struggle with that one. It's hard, especially traditional. I give you so much props for working in traditional. That shit's a bitch. So let's see. I want to choose a little bit of a purplish color just because I think it would suit the environment really well. Lower this down. I want to work with mostly lighter colors, I think, just because it'll suit like the softness of the vibe you were going for, I think. So we're going to add just a little extra shadow to the fabric down here. Because even if it's a sheer fabric, you're still gonna have like some amount of shadow in there. So like just doing that alone starts giving the fabric a little more depth. And then we can also add a little shadow to the fleshy bits as well. And a little to the hair. Just giving it just a little more variation. Nothing too much. Nothing too extreme because you are still in sunlight, so it's not going to be too harsh. They're probably also going to cast a shadow. So we're going to just give them like a tiny little bit of one. Which wouldn't be too hard to do with watercolor, just grabbing like a light wash and putting it over the rest here. And obviously, since I work digitally, I can erase any mistakes. Like, again, you have so many I give you so many props for working traditionally because holy shit. I'm also going to darken a little bit of these grass blades that are up in the foreground, just to give them like a little more contrast. Nothing too severe or anything. We're going to add a little bit of shadow, this basket, as well as the surrounding brown there. Nothing too much. And then we're going to add some shadows for Sneaky Boy real quick, because he is very large and he is going to cause a lot of shadows. So we're not only going to get like a shadow on his underside, but he's going to be casting shadows on the surrounding environment as well, because he is large. He very, very big. Trying to make the snake the focus and not her, so really being careful of not giving her too many details. Ah, I see. Okay. In that case, if the snake is the main... Okay. See, one part of me wants to offer one suggestion, but it would change things a lot. And you're working traditionally, so I almost don't want to suggest it. But I'll make the edit and undo it really quick just to show what's on my mind. So if the Sneaky Boy is your main focus, I would actually make the girl even smaller. So again, obviously, if you're working traditionally, you can't do this. So again, I apologize. But making her smaller will make the snake stand out significantly more, because it'll just add more visual weight to the snake, because he is so big in comparison. Like, I'd maybe even make this, like, smaller than that, too. But just emphasizing scale. Ignore that this is getting, like, distorted. But, like, this would make it so that the snake is much more in focus than, the girl. I criticize Blaire, fuck you! It's just a really big snake, okay? Noticed so many mistakes after I was done that I just stared myself blind while working on it. Yeah, that is understandable. It's so easy to go back later and be like, oh no, I made so many mistakes here, or I could change this, or I could change that. It's hard. Being an artist is difficult, bro. But yeah, if Snake Boy is your main focus, I would really emphasize the scales. And then, like I was doing before, I would add significantly more shadow to him, because he's so fucking big. He is not gonna let much light past him, other than like the little bits that are on like the top, or the parts that are like facing the light source. And again, not only are the shadows on him, but the shadows are gonna be around him as well. Maybe not necessarily in this color, but it'll get the point across. I also want to emphasize those lines a bit after as well. We're just gonna put this all in like shadow. We're just gonna do it kind of rough here. And the shadow's even gonna go into the water as well. It's gonna be a little bit wavy because water tends to distort things like that. So something just like that. You can see already it gives much different feel to the first way. I also absolutely did not mean to include the sun on the corner, but I accidentally did, so oopsie. Let me fix that. There we go. Also, if the sun is coming from this angle as well, you can do something like... Not like that. Something like this on the edges. And again, this is a lot easier with digital just because I have access to so many fucking colors. But you can do like a highlight on like the mountains. Maybe not that bright, but just a little bit. So if you go really light on the mountains, you also have to counteract it with, you know, shadows as well. So it's just a lot of playing around with values, usually. Because I would argue values are usually just, like, the biggest, easiest... Not mistake, but mistake, you know? Like, it's not a bad thing. It's just something to, like, pay attention to. And with watercolor especially, it can be really hard to build up those colors, depending on, like, how you work. So watercolor tends to be pretty light. You can absolutely still get a lot of really, really good values in as well. Like, I have a really good, anime artist that works in watercolor that I admired for a really, really long time. So let me see if I can drag them up, actually. They're very, very, very impressive. They're so good. And they are from the good old days of DeviantArt. I will link them as well as include some of their art on stream. So here's their link. And for anyone who is too lazy to click it, just look how fucking vibrant these colors are. And this person works with watercolor, okay? This isn't digital. This is not digital art. This is traditional art, and it's all fucking watercolor. Like, it is actually insane. Their art is just holy shit. I am always in constant fucking awe with the colors that they can pull off, because it is just crazy. They have such an amazing sense of just value and color. Cause look, if I go like, just like, look how good that is, dude. Just all the like variation, man. It's insane. First idea I came up with, but also wanted to have it as if the view of the picture was slightly someone watching along with the girl. Really torn on that one, and a bunch of my friends really liked the girls and insisted she would be bigger on the initial sketch, maybe not necessarily, so that was kind of feedback I got from. That's fair. Like I said, there's no one way to do things. This is just one way that I would suggest doing things. There's a million and one ways to change a composition. Also, hello, your boy. Ended up caving to pressure or something. That happens. That's one thing that I love about art is that, like, if you don't get input from anyone else, it's just really interesting to see how, like, the individual artist puts their things together. Really neglected my shadows, didn't even notice that till now. It's okay. It is all a learning experience. That is what we are here for. And like I said so many times before, traditional art is so hard. Probably spent 100 hours on any piece. Yeah. Like, actually, probably. They do stuff so detailed. It is just, like, ugh, it is mesmerizing. Had a nightmare that AI gave me too much trauma on what to believe. No, not the AI, bro. Pulling off the colors is not the hard part. Having the colors to behave the way you want is the hard part, and I'm very impressed with the way they get their grains to go. I know. Like, watercolor specifically can be such a bitch. For them, it looks like they use a lot of, wet on dry, it looks like. Or that's how I would personally do it. And the thing with, watercolors is, like, you have to build it up, and you have to build it up like such a specific way. It can be so difficult. Okay, so that's a little bit of shading here. You could even like add some like shading from the mountains into the water if you wanted to as well. Maybe make it a little more green. Just as a like reflection. It's hard because I'm used to dealing with colors that are very, not really watercolory. So I'm used to dealing with like a lot of really deep colors, but watercolor can like really, really excel at light colors and very soft things. So it can be really difficult to give like super good critique, but I'm trying. You can also have some like deeper values in the water and stuff. It really is mostly just shadow, I think, is the main thing. You can have a little shadow here from like the water patch, which I think you already have. I would just like even do it more. I actually do really love a lot of the colors that you have in the water though. That's one thing I love about watercolors, just like how just like mesmerizing it can be. It's very easy to just like toss a little bit of color in like very subtly. I think you could also probably do highlights a little more. Highlights are really difficult with watercolor though, because usually it's a light to dark method, so it's kind of a bit difficult sometimes to get that light back in there. But if you use like very opaque watercolors, you can definitely build up like a little bit. So I'd also do like a little bit of a highlight on the scales here, since they're an important detail. Maybe a little on the tail as well. You can do it in other areas on the tail as well, like here or here, if you really wanted to. You could even have it like going slightly over the little scaling on the back as well. You really wanted that detail to like stand out. Because technically the light would like hit the sides of the scales.
Hello, Sarian. Mentioned earlier, not a lot of leeway to get highlights if you get any color in. Very hard test to get the light back. Yeah, it's very difficult. You can definitely do it though. You would just have to like really, really saturate your watercolor. And it's a lot easier depending on which kind of like watercolor you use, because when I used to do watercolor, I used to use I used to really like the tubes specifically. Because I found the tubes gave you a lot more control. But there's nothing wrong with the blocks either, because I also enjoy them. But watercolor especially is just a very difficult medium. I would also say you could probably do like some like extra texture here as well. But again, it's so fucking hard traditionally. Everything is so much harder traditionally. Think pictures so mesmerizing. Think it's so fascinating to look at. Don't know how to describe it, so entrancing. Yeah, I agree. Area I need to learn a little more about, because I'm having a lot of my watercolor paintings with that problem with the highlights kind of disappears. Yes. You can also do mixed media. So you could do like part of it in watercolor and part of it not in watercolor as well. And the thing with like adding in light to watercolor after,
Like, you can still build it up, it's just a little more difficult sometimes. Gotta go, EP. Have an amazing day. Keeping amazing. Learn a lot of things. Almost done on Blair Friday. EP. I can't wait to see you. Thank you for dropping by, Zavasa, and thank you for sharing your art and letting me critique and give you tips on things. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for the care package as well. I'll hydrate and stretch. If I had to learn art conventionally, I would have given up. Same. Well, okay, not same. I do like working traditionally. It's just so much harder and it's so much more expensive. Cause like it's not you can do a lot with not very expensive materials, but if you get expensive materials, it can make doing certain things much easier. That's the thing with traditional. Cause like you can use just like a fucking Crayola marker and make something fucking bomb ass. But you can also spend like hundreds on Copic markers and do it a little bit easier. So I have so much respect for anyone who does traditional work. Like, holy shit. I'm just adding in a couple of extra highlights in places. I would maybe add like some kind of highlight to the water. I don't really know which highlight to go with though, because like the water is like relatively calm, which means it would probably be like just pretty reflective overall. Let's get a little purple in here. Water is just really difficult. So it really depends on like which kind of scene you're going for, and you can change the water a lot to get just like different feelings. And like obviously I have the advantage of just being able to choose whatever color I need very, very easily. And they have the benefit of stuff like airbrushes and stuff as well. Probably also should have added a bit more of a shade to this side of the face. But we can see just through values just adding a good chunk of shadows and a little bit of a repositioning just changes the vibe a lot. No means the best artists out there, very in the middle tier. Do actually teach a few classes in art, and whenever my students ask about what to buy, give them that exact spiel. You can do a lot of learning with low quality materials, be very happy with it. And when you start being really good, then you buy the extra stuff to get that push to progress further. Yes, exactly. Like you can make the most magnificent art with just fucking line paper and a ballpoint pen. I am not lying. I'm not kidding. That shit costs less than a fucking like maybe it costs $1, you know, for the pen, or less, depending if you buy it in like a big pack. But that's like $1 of supplies. You can make the most magnificent shit if you put the time and effort and just everything into just studying and making it work. You do not need expensive materials whatsoever. But it makes it really nice when you do sometimes. It is definitely a treat. Trying to think of what other just little finishing touches we could add here. Because I tend to go very light and bright with things sometimes. And like obviously you can't really achieve this kind of effect in traditional very easily. Or at least not watercolor very easily. And I'd probably also lighten up the sky as well. 'Cause it'll just make the darker shadows make more sense. And then this feels more like an early morning kind of composition. And of course, if I use the soft brush, I lose some of the harder strokes that I actually do like down here. That I don't want to necessarily cover up. And maybe a little bit of highlight on our boy. Just a tiny smidge. Like, just a touch. We can probably get a little bit of a shine here too. So I'm also trying not to go too soft with it. I think that gets a good job though. Da-da-da. Okay, now we can compare the two. Can't go brighter than the paper? Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, this is technically darker than the paper because it's not pure white. Like, in comparison to pure white, like, that would be as bright as you can go. But it's fucking hard. Like, watercolor is so difficult. I know so many of my, like, because I only did, like, 1.5 years of, art university, and only one of those years was really, like, actually artsy, focused. I had so many classmates that, like, did not want to touch, watercolor because it's just so difficult to get those values. At least without a lot of without a lot of white paint layered on top of each other, yeah. Didn't actually intend for any gender to be assigned to the snake, was just gonna be spirit guardian of this mountain range. I see. I will use they, them from now on then. I will respect my fellow non-binary. I just usually default to the boy because I think it sounds funny. But I think that's a pretty good maybe a little bit of a reflection here as well from the water. Bringing the light back up. Then let me put that in the right place, and there we go. Most people do default to him, just different reasons. Yeah, I just think it sounds cute. Like, even if it's a girl, I'm like, look at the boy. Curious if I'll be able to achieve that look if I try again now that I know that the image would end up looking like. You can try. I'd be really interested, actually, if you were to do that. I'm sure you could pull it off, like, much better just because of, like, natural improvement. Okay, let me see. Where was this? There we go. Now I can copy and paste. Okay, and then we have solvents, and then we have phobias. Also, I have a couple of Discord messages, one of them from my roommate, so let me just make sure no one's dying. Okay, my roommate wants to borrow something, and I have to piss anyway, so I'm gonna BRB real quick.
Okay, there we go. I am back. I have returned. I have helped Rumia. Okay. Let me just get set up again. Da, da, da. If Phobia was in line before me, I can wait. I go in order, so you're actually the one up next. Considering how much weight you put on values, curious what you would think about an old artwork I did that I never really saw any fault with, and still I'm pretty proud of it to this day. Still very light shadows and white and white. See, the thing is, light shadows can really, really work. It depends on like how purposely they're done. Because there's some art styles that have very, very low contrast, but still look very, very good. Just because like the style they're going for is a very light contrast style. And like very light contrast can feel very airy and flowy and ethereal, kind of. I'd be curious to see that piece, though. Also, thank you for the welcome back. BRB screen's such a vibe. I'm glad. Would you like to see it? I would love to see it. Yes, please. I probably won't do as in-depth of a, like, critique on it as I did the other one, but I would not mind taking a peek. I swallowed water the wrong way. One sec. I love when my body can't even swallow water right. This is cool. Yeah. I hate that funny little tickle in the throat. Here we go. Not thinking it being critique, just sharing it so you can give your opinion. Yeah, I can do. I would enjoy that. Da, 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 da. Okay, let me grab Sulfan's piece. Wouldn't mind a few minutes of critique? I can see what I can do. I'll still do it in order though, so I'll get back to yours like when I get to it. Also, I'm going to quickly change the background to this one just to a neutral gray just so it's easier to see. Put it in the same chat? Yeah, put it in the same chat. Easier that way. You know, you could give your tips on swallowing Scary. Oh, does Scary do the same shit? I fucking hate choking on water, dude. Hello, Ito. Hi. Hope you're having a good day today. We are just doing little critiques today. Critiquing art and analyzing it and having fun and just vibing. And I hope you're having a good day today. Has a quote about it though? Oh, I see. I always forget about Scary. It's just completely off-topic quote. Out of context. That's the phrase I was looking for. Out of context. Okay. So let's give you the usual treatment, Sulfan. Let's give you a check on your values. And honestly, you have really, really good values, especially around the center here and like this dark part here. For the rest of it, a lot of it tends to blend into each other. So you could definitely go a little bit stronger with things just upon first glance. You actually did really, really good with the bit down here because we go really, really dark to like kind of a mid-tone. Not sure the context makes so many of them any better. Oh no. I'm kind of curious which ones are the worst ones now, though. Okay, so the first thing, just because I love drawing thighs and I love like fucking, I love like tights and fishnets and stuff. Since it does look like they are wearing tights, tights tend to have pretty high contrast, honestly. They tend to go like pretty light and pretty dark. Just because like at the thinnest points, you're getting like the reflection of the, you get like the skin coming through and the light bouncing off it. I'm just gonna do some like really dark shadows for a little bit. Ignore the parts that I'm accidentally touching the skin on.
But just by adding like a little quick shadow, you're gonna get like, you're just really gonna get that appearance of tights. And tights are like very softly shaded for the most part. Because they're on very soft leggies, very fleshy. So by doing that, it just gives like a lot more depth. Never worn tights, so I had to go off other artwork for this. That is so fair. Like I said, references are your best friend. And real life references are your best friend as well. Like not only like other artwork, because absolutely reference other artwork as well as real life. Because some people just stylize things in a really nice way, and you sometimes just want to like mimic that. But just really getting into the references is so good. And then I think we can do the same thing with the body that we did with the tights, which is mainly just like emphasize those dark spots. So we're gonna have we're gonna have very little light reaching this area, so it's gonna be like relatively dark. We're gonna a little bit for a belly button there. But you already have like the base for the shadows. It's just making them darker. And it's I actually struggled with the exact same thing, which is why I emphasize values so much. Because I have very vivid memories of one of my art teachers telling me to just go darker, and to go darker again, and to go darker again, and I'm like, ah. And it can be scary. It can be really scary using like really dark colors. But it pays off. You get a lot more comfy with it like over time. But like using these darks just makes like the lighter spots just like stand out so much more. And I'd probably actually use like a different shade for this maybe. Let's see, let's play around. Colors are not usually my forte, which is why I've started leaning into grayscale pieces lately. I find color very difficult. Ears perk up, thighs and fishnets. Exactly. My back, throat's hurting and need something to drink. Yeah, go drink. Go take care of yourself. Did look up real life references, but did a lot of the image on stream, so I had to be careful what references I put on screen. That is so fair. One thing you might actually, depending on how you record your screen, also let me do that hydrate before I forget. Thank you, Riverus. Thank you. Yeah, depending on what kind of, like how specifically you stream your stuff, if you're only streaming your program, there is a separate program I like using for references because I can put any reference on it and then it's not getting picked up on screen. So let me grab a link to that for you if you are interested. No pressure, of course. But I find it really handy. It's really good for making references because you can save files and it's just really handy and I love it a lot. You can actually just overlay it on top of other programs or like pin it to the top. And it's very useful. Much like setting a hydrate every time I refill my own water. Thank you. What if you start off with only dark colors, then you do the opposite and you add light? That's actually how I prefer to work. If you go back earlier in the stream, you'll actually see when I shade like a circle, I start with like really black, like as dark as I can go. And then I like do like a mid-tone. And then like I add black back in and darken it up more. because I find it easier going dark to light rather than light to dark. So it just depends on like your composition and like how you're doing things. But yeah, I highly recommend that site. I love it a lot. It is what I use whenever I work on something. Because I can just toss all of my references into one file. I can toss screenshots into the same file, and it's so handy. Because it, like, when you work like through DMs and stuff, it's like you have like 5 references in a row, and then maybe you have like a tangential conversation where only like one thing is relevant, and then you get an image, and then more chatting, and then So it's really good for organization. Definitely go the other way because traditional habits. Yeah, that's very fair. That's why watercolor was a little difficult for me at first, because I do prefer dark to light. But I also worked around it, and I got a little bit comfier doing darker darks. Always afraid too much contrast will make it look like cell shaded. That's not a bad thing though. Because like in real life, you have cell shading is not only cartoony, but it's also like part of real life too. So like, for example, if I finish this funny little, I'll call it a marble, because why not? So let's say you have a marble, okay? And let's say you have a tree branch. So give me a second to shade this a little bit. Just ever so slightly. So we have a tree branch, yay, even if the values aren't perfect, but that's fine. It's beside the point. Let's say our light source is actually from here, which means I have to change this. One sec. So if our light source is from here, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. I could have just mirrored the image, but that's fucking fine, whatever. Okay, so our light's coming from like on top of the branch, okay? So we're gonna get a shadow here. You know, it's still all like pretty soft. Maybe there's a little bit of bounce light in here, as I can. But the thing is, this branch, that's gonna basically cast cell shading if the light is coming from on top. It's gonna be a little bit curved because it's being a shadow on a curved surface, so I probably should have used a fucking cube instead. But hopefully it gets the point across. So like cell shading is a part of just realistic shading, so you kind of just like mix the two when you need to. And then like you'll probably have your shading here as well from the stick, like on the ground, maybe a little bit over here as well. So don't be afraid of it looking like cell shading, because that is a good thing. It is very good to mix the two. It's like making a cup of tea, you know? Some people like a little bit of sugar, some people like a little bit of milk, some people like sugar and milk, and then it goes like really nice together. But then there's some teas where you don't want to add milk because it makes the milk curdle because it's acidic, and then it's kind of gross, you know? So it's very up to your individual style and how you want things to look. Don't get too focused on, oh, I should do it this way to achieve this look, or oh, I should do it this way to achieve this specific look, or I should avoid this. Like, play around. There's no reason to be afraid of things turning out one way, because the wonderful thing about digital art specifically, sorry, traditional artists, but digital art, you can fuck around as much as you want, and if you hate it, you can go back a couple steps. Just save a backup or do things on a different layer, and you can experiment as fucking much as you want. And it's so freeing when you actually realize that. Did hear what you were talking about, tides and fishnet and all that. One of my weird points, even though I fall into the ace spectrum, one of the places where I do appreciate a pair of well-shaped leggings and stockings or fishnet. So just a little more proof that I'm not
all the way to ace. The thing is, like, you can appreciate things like aesthetically and find it really pretty and still sexy without experiencing sexual like arousal. Because I'm the same way. Like I'm ace. I draw lots of sexy women because I find it fun and I find sexy women pretty. They tickle my brain, they make me happy, but they don't necessarily make me horny. Orange is always a color to me that seems like a difficult one to use and master to the fullest. I probably disagree, but that's probably because I work with a lot of warm screen tones. Yes. I work with a lot of like warm colors. So I don't really share that sentiment, but I can definitely understand why you would find it a little difficult because it's a very I feel like all colors honestly can be difficult to use depending. So let me just take my medication real quick. For me, it's the time it takes. Want to do things right the first time or I'll never get fixed. That's a really bad habit, and my cat just knocked over my light. She's being rude today. She is a menace, and now she's gonna get in front of my camera and stop my tracking. You can have pets later. Let me work for now, please. You have everywhere in this room you can go, except for here and except on the 3D printer. Like, literally anywhere else. See the VOD later to catch what I missed? Yeah. Also, welcome back. I'm glad your internet's working again. I'm just trying to get my cat off my desk without pushing her. But she's naughty, so she may have to be picked up. Oh, she's being so cute. She's laying down like in front of the camera. I don't think that'll cover it up, so hopefully we should be fine. Orange is quite a unique color, even though it really isn't more unique than any other, if we're being fair. The thing is, if you're looking at like nature and stuff, you're going to see a lot of like natural oranges and yellows and reds just because of like the sunlight. Because the sun is like, obviously we get like a little bit of a yellowish, warmish tone from like pure sunlight. So you're actually gonna have lots of like yellows and oranges just like thrown in automatically if you're referencing from like IRL, like outside, and not like simulated light. Some colors have much more use than others. Yes and no. Realistically, yes. Just because like certain very specific colors were harder to get. Like, I know there's royal purple that like came from like this one very specific species of snail, and it took a lot of snails to get any significant amount of that pigment, hence why it was really, really expensive, and why you don't see a whole lot of like purple in or that shade specifically of purple in like older pieces. Because that's a limitation of traditional art and just what was around at the time and all that fun stuff. So I just want to change a couple colors here, just a little bit. Hope the stream's been fun for everyone. I'm having so much fun. Hate the fact that I'm allergic to cats, genuinely depressing. Dude, that is so depressing, actually. I would be so sad if I didn't have a cat in my life. I think I have a bit of attraction to certain things, like nice legs and stuff. Could be absolutely sure, because I don't quite understand. That's fair. Sexuality is a very, complicated subject, to say the least. Everyone is unique. Been in love a few times or had a crush at the very least. That's different from sexual attraction, though. You can absolutely feel love and stuff. If you're not like the lovey type at all, then that would fall more under like the aromantic side of things rather than asexual. There's a lot of things. I can go on a whole tangent. But I do want to mostly focus on art stuff today. We can absolutely have like really big conversation another time. Because it's something I'm very passionate about as a fellow ace. Okay, so as I said before,
I'd go a little deeper into the shadows, just a little bit, and then a little bit of cast shadow, and to not fear about it being cell shaded because that's not a bad thing. I'm also gonna give a little bit of a highlight. Just a tiny little bit, because I think it would look really nice. Because highlights are, like, the other half of values, you know? Just as important, just the same way that darks are important, lights can be important too. But depending on your material, you may want to go lighter or darker with certain things. Because some stuff just is very naturally not shiny. Or is just like very naturally matte. I'm also trying not to make this material too shiny because I think it is more of a matte material. Just based off what I could tell. And then we can definitely add a little bit of shading into the hair. Not too much. Because especially with anime styles, it's very easy to overdo shading. And it's something I'm very guilty of. Which is why a lot of my stuff ends up like very heavily rendered. But we want to add just a little bit of shadow into like these back parts, especially. And then just very, very subtle on the rest of it. You can maybe even do like a tiny shadow from the ears, depending. And normally we should have a specific direction for the light as well. Aero Ace, flags are so pretty. They are. Certain that you and I could use a few hours on all sorts of topics. Absolutely. I can yap about anything, bro. Where to recognize the background music from? I may be reading that thing a little late, but it is a lot of game and anime playlist, just lo-fi version. So a lot of people tend to recognize a lot of things in there. Post a reference sheet in our chat, yes please. Pokemon theme been playing a few times, yeah. Okay, let me go to our chat real quick. Oh, good reference, thank you. That helps a lot. So let me just post that here. Okay, see, that helps significantly. So the first thing I do notice is that the color that I chose for the shadow is not very vibrant. You can tell that this is like more like reddish. So I'm actually gonna change this color just a little. Gonna make it more saturated. Just to match the reference a bit more. There we go. That's a little bit closer. Not perfect, because it is still just, you know, quick edits over it, but yapping's never a bad thing if you ask me. Speak your mind. See, yes, but also I've been going for 5 hours. If I yap to my heart's content, I will never get anything done. Happens every time. Okay. But yeah, with this, I would add a little bit of shadow, which you can see she actually has a little bit of shadow on her own stuff as well. The hair could use like a tiny bit of really, really soft shadow as well, because if we zoom in, there's like very, very soft shadow like on this portion of the hair compared to like this portion. So we can do just very, very subtle. Like barely even noticeable, because sometimes the best detail on something is the stuff that you can like not really tell unless you like really, really look at it. So let me just put that on a multiply layer. Do it very, very, very lightly. And that just gives us like the tiniest little bit of variation. It is barely noticeable, but it still makes a difference. The devil is in the details sometimes. All proportions are all out of whack. Had a time trying to make it look human. Yeah, anime proportions are fucking wild. Streams are getting longer. Think it's because you're having fun. I'm having a lot of fun. Honestly, my stream length depends, like, not only if I'm having fun, but, if I'm tired that day. Some days I'm just very, very eepy. And then I can't go as long as I would, like, necessarily want to. Also, looks like the material on her clothing is a little bit on the shiny side after all. So in that case, I'm just going to, like, include some stronger highlights. So we have some, like, over here. That would be partially covered by the fact that we have a hand there. So that would, mess with the highlight. And she chose more of a, like, purplish tone to her highlights, so we can do that as well. And the thing with, like, highlights and, like, coloring things is you can be really experimental with it. I find it's one of my weaknesses that I'm not as strong with color choices. But getting to, like, do, like, little analysis things like this can help a lot. Like, not just for you guys, but for me too. Because it's just really good studying. Like, adding in some strong highlights. We'll just give it more of a slightly shinier, feeling to it. Maybe a little on the tummy as well if we wanted to, but eh. So just gonna add a little bit blue in here because it's fun. Da, 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 da. And then I think the main other thing that needs a little contrast on it would be the skin, because the skin is very, very, very similar. But the thing with skin is you tend to have a lot of really, really soft shading with a little bit of hard shading in there as well, just to get the shapes down and emphasize it. Hey, this pose, by the way, won't be doing one this complex anytime soon. I think it turned out really, really good. The only one thing that immediately comes to mind with the pose is you could actually probably just put this part in shadow a little bit just to like bring the rest of the body forward, but I'll move on to that like in the soon TM. Should not stay longer. Late here, moving you to the second monitor. I'm gonna do some work while I wait for the stream for the end of the stream. Yeah. Don't force yourself to stay up too late, of course. I'm very flattered if you do wish to stay, but I also understand the need for sleep. And sleep is very, very important, so please get that if you do need it. But thank you for the support. But yeah, the other thing I would suggest would be a little more contrast on the skin. So just a little hint of added shadows like here and there can change it up a lot. Like you do have the shadow under the chin, but I would go with something a little more red toned and saturated just because of the discussion we had earlier where it's like your blood flows through, so you're gonna have like some warm tones on the skin. Something I like to do a lot is I like to like shade in like this entire area, but that is a stylistic thing. And that extreme of a shadow might not actually suit it. Because art is not only like drawing things like accurately, but knowing how to like exaggerate things for a certain effect, if that makes sense. I'm actually gonna airbrush the elbows just a little bit. So that's a look that I personally like. along with the shoulders. Because it can give you, like, just a little bit of tone variance without too much. And I think you already do that, but sometimes just doing, like, a little bit more can make a difference. So then it looks like she has, like, a little bit more blood going through her, you know? A little less pale. Though her design in general is already really fucking pale. Which isn't a bad thing. That's fine. It's just a thing I noticed. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else. The face looks slightly asymmetrical, but not too bad. So maybe... I think the chin could be a little sharper, though that also might just be my layer on top of it. Yeah, the chin looks a little rounded, which is okay. Like, you don't have to draw sharp chins, but a lot of the time, anime style does have, like, a really, really, really sharp chin. So I'm just gonna... I'm just trying to decide whether I want to deform it or if I want to, Well, it would help if the deformation actually worked. There we go. So just, like, sharpening this up a bit will give you, like, more of that, like, classic anime. And then the thing to also remember about anime is the proportions are fucking alien-esque, man. I think Discord compresses stuff. I have quite a bit of shadow on the arms that I'm not seeing. Okay. That is a good point. Let me see if downloading it changes it. Let me go up. Where is it? Where is it? Because I believe if I save the image, it doesn't compress it. It used to be that you could just copy and paste it, but I think they changed it, which is a little irritating. Because it makes it more work for me. That's okay. Okay, so let's see. Let's open from my downloads. Okay, so this is at 100 and this is at 100. No, it looks like it's relatively the same. It might just appear cuz like I do see the shadows there. I did mention that I did see a little bit of the skin tone variation, but I did mention that exaggerating it just a little more might be better. But the reason you might not be seeing the shadow is because one sec. Because I made the background a mid-tone, so you can see that if you work on a white canvas, you're gonna see like all these skin tone variations a lot easier. But only on a white canvas. So comparatively, if we went the opposite extreme and we went dark, a lot of this would be very washed out comparatively. Because in comparison to the black, it wouldn't be very dark. Which is why, in comparison to the light, it is dark, if that makes sense. Maybe just my phone screen, a lot more contrast on my tablet. That could be that's a thing as well. It's really hard sometimes with digital art because everyone has different screens. And sometimes things look significantly better on one screen than the other, and it's a bitch. It's really annoying. It's very frustrating. I experience the same kind of stuff sometimes, and I'm like, ah. But I just went with a neutral gray background just because it would even out the colors comparatively. So yeah, sharper chin, just a little bit. And then we're gonna change up the eye size just a tiny bit as well. Because, like, fucking anime girls have, like, fucking giant-ass alien bug eyes, bro. Like, look at this shit. If we trace over... Let me use a symmetrical ruler to make it take half the time. Like, if we trace over this shit... And then we trace over the eyes. We're gonna include the eyelash in it. But look how fucking big these things are, man. It's so fucking alien-y. It's crazy. Like, it's big. And then if we overlay it with, his face, you can see that the eyes are, like, on the smaller side. So if we just make those bigger, you're gonna get, like, a lot more of a classic anime look. Not that you can't go tiny eyes. You absolutely can. There is nothing wrong with it. It is a stylistic choice. But just something to keep in mind. So let me can actually do this so that I can change the eye size without affecting the hair too much. So 1 sec. So now I should be able to just do this. Just reposition it slightly. But overall, the eyes are really good. Also, I need to change my settings on that really quick. So I didn't have anti-aliasing on. So it made it... It's kind of tricky. Liquify tool can, like, absolutely, break how clean things look, so that's just, something to keep in mind. But I use it anyway. So if we just make these a little bit bigger. And with the pouty expression, their cheeks might be up a bit, so it might, like, squint the eyes a little as well. So just those proportions in comparison. Let me do this. So it just changes up the feel a lot. Use a light gray background when drawing. Oh, okay. It could just be a display thing then. Because it's really fucking hard to sync screens to look the same. It is so difficult, man. But I think those are the main things I would suggest with your piece. Like I said before, I'd add like a little bit, just a tiny smidge of shadows like here and there maybe. Doesn't have to be like super drastic, it can just be like very, very minor. Like just a little bit between the toes, for example, is something I think usually looks nice. And then maybe a bit of shading on the tail, which I accidentally went like over the tail, oops. Those parts were unintentional, that's from the legs. Just like a little bit of shading here and there. Also depends on where like your light source and everything is as well, though. And one thing to keep in mind, also thank you for the follow, Space Paladin. Thank you. Much appreciated. Welcome to Purgatory. If you care about Discord or Twitter or Blue Sky, all those. If you don't care about either, that's also a-okay. But welcome. So there's that, there's the tail. Oh yeah, I was gonna say one thing to keep in mind, especially if you're referencing a VTuber model, okay? Not necessarily just like like anime art, but a VTuber model specifically is going to usually be colored in a different way than an illustration would. Because with VTubing stuff, you don't really have a specific light source. You're kind of shading it to mimic having a light source and make it just look good. But there's none of that like actually like environmental drastic coloring usually, because if you do that, then it's gonna look weird as fuck in the wrong environment. So you tend to go like very, very neutral for the most part. Which is why you'll see like my shadows are a lot more drastic than in the model. Just a little shading here and there. And maybe just a touch under the hair as well, just to make it stand out just a touch from the face. I honestly might have went a little bit too dark because, like, again, her complexion is, like, really fucking pale. But just, like, very subtle. And then again, I love the shading you did on the little strap. I would maybe just add, like, a tiny bit more and maybe, like, a highlight on the top of it specifically. Just because then it looks a little more 3D. And maybe a slight shadow underneath it on the leg as well. Because it's going to be pressing in and it's going to be creating a little bit of a indent, and then you're going to get like the tiniest shadow there. And if you really want to, you can also like start adding in like highlights. You want it to be like really sparkly or something. Also, another tiny itsy bitsy tip. It's not necessary, it's just usually like a nice thing. It's a very tedious process, which is why I like using brushes for it instead sometimes. But when you do fishnets, a lot of the time it can look really, really nice if you do this weird like diamond shape on the intersections. But it's also a fucking bitch and a half if you're doing it manually and not with a special brush. But you can also alternatively get a texture of it instead and just use that as well. And maybe like deform it. Maybe just do like partially manually. But it tends to just look a little bit more detailed than just the cross sections. So if I zoom out, you can tell like this little area just like, it just has that little extra oomph, you know? Used a gradient layer going both ways on that. Wait, gradient layer on which? Oh, the band here? So like this tool? The thing that does like this thing? Took the base and highlight color from the model. I see. Yeah, that's the thing with models is they can have very interesting highlights and shadows sometimes. I also still keep getting the urge to go like even darker with some of these shadows. Just because I find find it looks nice. I just really like good values. Or not like good values, I like very drastic values. It's a personal taste thing. And then you can even do like an add glow on top here to like really make it pop. And you can do that like really subtle, and then if you really want to, you can do like a sharp highlight as well. But that's only if you want to. Something I usually like to do just because it makes the legs feel like a little shiny. But it's not something everyone likes. Not assy. I actually don't use the gradient tool very often. I use it very rarely. Most of the time I will do something similar. So I'll like get a selection and then I'll usually use the airbrush tool instead of a gradient layer because then I have just a lot more control over it. So then I can do stuff like this if I wanted to. Hello, Breaker of Legends. What's the most recent legend you have broken? You said a lot in Photoshop? A lot of my habits are carried over from composition days. That is very fair. I do not have a whole lot of specifically Photoshop experience. But yeah, I think those are most of the tips I would give for this one. Oh yeah, I did say, what was it? I did say, like, maybe you could do, like, environmental shading as well. So let me just do this, like, really quick. It's what I keep showing, like, everyone all the time, where it's just, like, cut out your highlights because I like doing that way. But, like, just, like, some, like, dramatic shading can be really, really nice sometimes. So I'm gonna pretend that the light is coming from the top because that's just easier. So we actually wouldn't really have, like, too much dramatic stuff, at least on, like, the upper half. And this is just getting it done relatively quickly. But since that leg is like going back, we could technically put that one like a little bit more in shadow. Maybe soften it up towards like the end or the heel. And you could also do like an extra highlight on the tail as well if you wanted. But none of this shit is like mandatory. It's just like a little extra if you like really wanted. Also, I probably wouldn't actually go with like a blue for this, or not that shade at least. It's like the color of your shadow depends on your environment and everything around it, and I'd probably change some of these just a smidge. There we go, something like that. And let me make sure I have things in the right spot. And then we can just compare before and after. Da, 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 da. So if we just go into grayscale, grayscale alone, you can see a really, really big difference. And that's how much of a difference values make. Because I didn't draw, the only change I made, really, was just shading and very, very slightly on the face. This is all just shading. And this is all just, like, how dark or light it is. Like, colors and stuff matter, but what matters more is just how everything looks, like, next to one another. What type of legends we talking about? Urban legends, ancient legends, legendary people, whichever your most recent is. Whatever you have broken most recently. Also, I'm glad you like shiny, Neil. I also like a little bit of shine. So let me send this over on Discord. Da, da, da. There we go. And then we have a piece by Phobia, and then we have M's other piece. So we will do Phobias first.
Which I love this little guy. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so silly. Thanks, Blaire, of course. And thank you for sharing. It was really, really fun to go over. It's also just really, really good for me to like analyze other people's art as well. Because it can like help me know like what to work on myself sometimes. Would say Chase Cute is the most broken legend because I view them as legendary and I sub-bomb them so hard I provoke tears of joy. Let's go! We love making people cry happily. I've never actually heard of Chase Cube though. I'll have to look them up myself. Let me go take a quick little peek-see. Oh, they have such a cute design! Oh, they're adorable! I'll have to try to check them out when they're live sometime, if I can. I'm horrible at checking out people while they're live, but I try. Like to slap people with the generosity stick? Me too. Locked in since I'm drawing now. Can apply advice now. Ah, gotcha. Okay. So, first things first. So the thing I actually noticed immediately rather than... Okay, actually we should do values first because it's what I always start with. I always just want to like jump in. The values are actually like pretty decent. I still think you could go a bit like darker with the darks and a bit lighter with the lights. But like for the most part, your values are like pretty solid. You can tell like what's in focus and what's not, which is usually the main point. One thing I do notice immediately is it's something called tangential lines, which I've discussed before. I don't believe I've discussed it today though. Tangential lines are when you draw two things and then the lines end up overlapping with one another, but not completely. So if I draw, just assume these are shaded objects because I'm lazy. So if we draw these two next to each other, we have the space here. It would be a tangential line if they were touching like this, which is generally what you want to avoid. But what's better is if you do something like this. So either having them cross over one another or having them completely separate is usually the way to go. And the reason I bring up tangential lines is because you have this line right here from the little horn, and it's leading into the body. So it doesn't very clearly define these little horns. So what I would do instead is bring out your horns ever so slightly, just so that they're not overlapping there, because that's going to make it a lot more easily readable. And it's going to give your work a much better silhouette. Because silhouettes are very, very important for like readability. So I would do it on this one, and then I would do it on the other one as well. And I can probably just like actually copy, paste it, move it. So if I do that, then I can just go back here and do this. So doing something like this will make the apple and everything stand out much more as well. So let me just cover up a little bit of that jankiness from my little edit. And let me just put the outline back on the apple. So that's like the first thing I would suggest. It'll make it, like I said, a lot more readable than it would otherwise. I actually love the expression. I actually really like that the eyes like aren't the same size because I think it just really emphasizes it really well, honestly. So right, intended to make the worm a lot skinnier so the horns would have been on the outside, widened it, which didn't help. Yeah. Tried to make the color accurate to the OG dragon, so it was a bit difficult. I see. I don't think I know the OG dragon. Unless it's
Unless it's the Pokemon, but I don't think it's the Pokemon, is it? It's been a while since I saw Applin and stuff. And I don't know if they got a new evolution after, which they could have. It definitely reminds me of Applin though, which I do like. Cute little guy. Okay. And then let's see, what else would I do? I did say that your values were actually like pretty good. I would focus on emphasizing shape and texture a little bit maybe, and cast shadows. So I would bring this little shadow here underneath just a little bit, just a touch, just a itsy bitsy bit. And then I'd probably have the highlight follow the edge here because it would be like kind of overflowing a little. This part is pretty good. Maybe I'd even add like a little extra highlight there, depending on how like drippy and stuff you want to make it. But just doing like reflected light can help a lot. And then do it down here as well. Not too much because that's still going to be a little bit in shadow. And then a little more shadow underneath here as well. I do think you could actually go a little teensy bit darker, potentially if you wanted to. Though I feel like the low contrast actually does work with the art style as well. Because it really depends like what kind of style you're going for. Because as much as I do love to push like really dark values and stuff, it doesn't suit every art style. Some art styles are just very bright. Also with melty stuff, you're gonna have like kind of a quirky little shadow sometimes, where it like kind of like curves around. And then I'd probably add just a little tonal variation down here as well. Just to give it a little extra oomph. And then since you do go like really bright with the dragon colors, I would actually even do a really bright highlight on top of this as well. Just because the overall style feels very shiny. So what would be a good color for this? That feels too pale. I kind of almost want to go white. I kind of don't. Color is really difficult because the thing is like your background is really bright as well. So unless I have something that competes really well with that, it's not going to stand out. So I might actually go pure white. Just because I think with the style you're going for, I think it works. Because normally people will tell you to avoid like pure white and pure black. But it's very dependent on like everything. It depends on like what's like surrounding things, where the environment is, what your background's like. So I think you could just like really fucking shine this shit up maybe. That's actually a little too much for me. I actually don't do like really strong highlights usually. So it's kind of hard to suggest what to do for it without going like too overboard. Or maybe a different color would actually be, ooh. Maybe a little bit of green might actually look interesting. Because that's like your other really bright color. And then it would take into account the dragony boy as well. Or sneaky boy. Trying to be like a little bit subtle. You don't want too much. Yeah, I think the green was a good choice. And maybe we can do a little bit more shine, just not around the top necessarily. Just really give it that, like, shiny, glossy feel. So maybe like that.
Try a little white glimmer on the big apple like I did on the tiny one. Green would have worked so good, actually. Would have looked like a reflection. Yeah.
There's just so many things you can do when it comes to art. Like, there is no rules.
Also, thank you for the stretch. New Applin Evo. Ah, gotcha. I did not know about the new Applin. I've managed to avoid most Pokemon new Evo spoilers because I'm a bit behind, but that's okay. Droopiness makes the candy apple a lot bolder. Actually, really like that. Tried to outline it in pink, didn't make it work. Made the lines too thick. Yeah, it's hard. And it's so quirky sometimes because sometimes you might have an idea that you think might work and then like it doesn't and you're like, Come back to suck your blood? What the fuck, bro?
I'm also trying to think of something else that actually might work really well with your style. Thin lines can absolutely work. I feel like maybe thicker lines actually might give you a really nice, like, crisp look if you were ever interested in that. You can also add a lot of weight to things just by, like, thickening the lines. So, like, dark lines, like, at the bottom of this, for example, like, kind of show, like, the weightiness of the drips. So if it's something you are interested, I think thick lines are not necessarily thick, but like very varying thickness could work really well for you. Only if you're interested in that style, of course. It is not mandatory, and I do personally love thick line art, but also I love thin line art as well. It's just something fun to potentially try. Because when you do line art like this, it can like just really give you like a very graphic kind of feel pretty much. And then you could do it on body as well. Not too much because that's in the distance. But just like thicker lines where there would be more of a shadow.
Did not mean to spoil. Feel bad? No worries. Do not worry. It's okay. Do not feel bad. Drew with way too thick lines, like 15 pixels on a 2000 by 2000 was practicing drawing thinger. Ah, I see. That's fair. It's good to practice. It's good to do a little bit of both. It's very good, very healthy. Experimentation is like the best thing you can do when it comes to art. So play around with thick lines, play around with thin lines, see what works for you. Also, gosh, what size am I even working on? I think I'm using like an 8 pixel on this. Usually I use a really big canvas and pretty big brushes for things personally. But that's just how I do my process. There's lots of people that use like very, very tiny lines. And then let's see. Just thicken it up here and maybe here because it's in shadow. I fucking love the eyes so much though. I think the eyes are probably like my favorite part of the art, honestly. Because I just think they look so fucking cute. Maybe a little bit of thickness here. Maybe a little here if I'm understanding that line correctly.
Yeah, just a little bit of thickening it up in some places can make a really big difference. So we can go from we can go from this to this with just a couple of little tiny itsy bitsy changes. Thank you so much. Tried to make the buggy eyes work well with the glare, but also kind of, you got games on your phone. Look, I love that so much, though. I would let them play the games on my phone. I would be absolutely down. I fucking love them, dude. They're so cute. They're just a silly little guy. And I adore silly little guys. Okay, let me get that to you. Here we go. And then I have one final art piece to go over, which is M's second one, which I really actually love. We're not going to do a full critique on this one. This one's just like a minute or two of analyzing it because I said I would. But I really love it. I feel like this is a really good example of where you don't need to go with extreme values. Like, yes, you absolutely could, but I feel like if you went with extreme values, it wouldn't have that same sense of like softness. Because like, this is one of those styles where like, you just want things to be very ethereal almost. And it kind of sucks because I can think of one artist that does like really soft shades really well that I'd love to bring up as an example, but I can't remember their name currently, and it's very frustrating. So little guy is my whole brand. Love that it's appreciated. Show my current drawing whenever I finish. Thank you for the advice. Try to apply it. Yeah, please share everything you make. I love seeing things so much. I can't always comment on everything that everyone sends, but I try to at least emote and acknowledge that I've seen it because I do really love it. If I could respond to everyone all the time, I would, but I can't. But I really do love this. And the thing is, I can tell it's done with like graphite, I believe, or very lightly colored pencils, because I do like see a very slight sense of color in there in some places. But like the thing with graphite is it's really hard to go dark with graphite. It's very easy to stay very light with graphite. And graphite, I find in general, doesn't like tend to go like as dark as like ink. Like it doesn't usually get this dark. It usually gets more like this dark in comparison. Or even lighter than that. It's really hard to do dark values with it. A little bit of backstory for this was way back student days, made this and was on a trip with a bunch of classmates. Someone was just sleeping on the bus in that position, immediately saw this scene in my head, asked them to take a picture, and I was allowed, and made it with graphite and a little bit of color pencil. Yes, that's so cute. You did so well. It just feels like really soft and really cozy, and I really just love the ethereal vibes so much. Like, obviously, me being me, I would still probably want to add like a little tiny itsy bitsy bit of darker in some places, like maybe like here. But at the same time, like adding too much would really just ruin the softness, you know? So like if I were to like do any changes, it would be like super subtle, and it would only really be pushing what's already there in very tiny spots. Like just where like that light like would really just not reach very far. Because I think going with the soft vibes just makes it feel very whimsical. So I would do very tiny little bits. Nothing too extreme. I'd be very gentle with it in comparison to how I'm usually pretty harsh with things. But I still absolutely love it. It is so pretty. So just like small changes like this would be like probably all I would personally do. I just really love contrast. I love darks and lights so much. I love good values. Or not good. I keep saying good values, but that's usually just my default brain thing. I like drastic values is my personal thing, which is not always mandatory. It is just something that tickles my funny little brain. How do you read so fast without stuttering? Next thing we know, you're gonna end up as a rapper. I've read a lot. I used to roleplay a lot. Like, that is all I did as a kid. So I'm very used to reading fast. In regards to speaking, I one thing is that I am from Newfoundland, and people from Newfoundland tend to speak pretty fast. You know, we can like keep going, we can keep yapping. But also because I'm also from Newfoundland, I pay very careful attention to like how I enunciate things as well. Because if I don't, and if I lean into a Newfoundland accent, then I tend to like slur a lot of my words, and like things aren't like super clear and just like ah. So I usually actually put a lot of attention into how I pronounce things and how I read things. But I'm very flattered that that's something that you picked up on, reading fast without stuttering. But I can absolutely speak really, really, really fast if I need to. I think I also would have made it a bit darker in the high shadows today if I was to make it. Yeah. Like I said, this is one of those pieces where I've been proud of it to this day. Still don't see any fault with it. It's one of those pieces where I take critique, but I'll never think anything should be changed. With my personal belief is that I jumped a few years ahead in artistic talent for this one piece. Yes, exactly. That is also what I'm saying. Like I said, any changes I made would just be super, super minimal, because I think like just the best part of this piece is just how soft it is. And if you lean too hard into the darks, it's really hard to get that softness back. Like, I really love it. And gosh, I'm honestly really mesmerized by the face, because you have very little variation in the tones and stuff, but it's still very, very clear. So it's honestly insanely fucking impressive. Because I find realistic faces so, so difficult. But it is really, really good. I love it, Em, so much. Still want to hear others' opinion, because maybe if I got a similar idea in the future, could do something with that knowledge in mind. Yeah! What Lotharian skill is this? I don't know, man. I can just yap. Like, there's this one song I know, it's by Great Big Sea. I don't think they made the original one. But they sing it really, really fast. And they sing it really, really fast because Great Big Sea is a Newfoundland band. So I can probably find a link to the song that's like super speedy if you want. Or I could even like probably bring it up on stream just for a minute. It'll ruin the lo-fi vibes, but I think it would be funny for you guys to hear. Great Big Sea, End of the World. Da 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 da. Okay, so here is a song that's not by them, but they do a cover of it, and they do it very fast. And I think it's very fun. So they'll speed up in the in a little bit. Just hold up. Normal speed. So it goes a little speedy. And I may or may not know every word to that. But it's a fun little song. Now where did my lo-fi go? Bring that shit back. If you're trading with someone, you get 100% success rate. What do you mean?
Water and hair floating in the water was probably the only part really struggled with, but the entire vision was just so clear in my mind that it went so well. Yeah, that's the thing. You can really tell when a artist is very, very passionate about their piece because it just shows, man. It really shows in the end. Also, hello, Senshi-chan. Hope you're having a good day today. That's such a cute little wave emote. It is so bouncy. But I hope you're having a good time. I am getting ready to pretty much finish up this stream. Just a little bit. So I apologize that you're coming in towards the end. Normally I end up going for like 4-ish hours, give or take approximately. But we're a little overtime today. Charisma's off the charts. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I rolled high in charisma. I rolled high in charisma and like dexterity because art. I feel like everything else of me is pretty fucking low. maybe a little high in wisdom, but not high in intelligence, maybe. Need to hydrate and refill before stream ends? I do need to hydrate. I need a little sippy of water. Well, no, Blair used to do 7 hours. I do 7 hours occasionally, sometimes. Appreciate your reaction and everything, but with your earlier remarks and shadows all the time, I just wanted to know your view on this one was, yeah, like I said, I really love it. And again, I think like the softer shadows actually just work better. So thank you for sharing with me. I'll send the tiny little edit I did anywhere. But I fucking love it how it is, honestly. It is so pretty. Day just started like an hour ago, but yesterday was good. Been in a different studio since I have a few friends there, so no work for me, and I had the honor to see their project. How you doing? I'm doing really good. Also, I wonder what kind of projects your friends have been working on. It's been a long time since I've done like any art in a studio. We used to have a studio at my old university, and it was always really fun because whenever we got like a homework assignment, everyone would just be like working on their stuff like after class, and it was really cozy, and I really enjoyed it, and I really kind of miss it. But I don't miss all the other aspects of school. The other aspects suck. Anime industry. Oh, fuck. That's so cool, dude. Do you do art then? Because if you do art, I would love if you'd pay art tax. I'd love to take a little peek-see. Only have a few artworks where it just hit right away. Then I have another few where they turned out well after a lot of struggle. And that racist? Mediocre in my own opinion, but then again, any artist is their own worst critic. Yeah, it's really easy to be your own worst critic. I definitely have pieces of my own that some that I really still really love, and then some that I'm just like, ooh, I don't like that one much anymore. But it happens. It is a normal process of art to make some things you like and some things that you don't. Because art is not linear. It's a big curve. You tend to go up and down, and some days are better than others, and some days are worse than others. Sometimes you have a couple of really bad days, and you're like, man, I can't draw anything, and then you fucking whip out some, like, godly shit, and you're like, hell yeah. Correct is messing with me when they do stuff like that? Yeah. Autocorrect is a bitch. It's okay, I figured it was a typo. I had to double check, but I was like, yeah, pretty sure that was a little accident. But yeah, I actually don't know much about like anime studios specifically. I don't think I've watched many videos on them either. No art was doing, but no more. Wait, no art I was doing, but no more because of so many things I have on my plate, so no time for it. But either way, animator for one Japanese studios. Oh, that's so cool. That's really fucking neat. I'm curious, like, obviously I don't want you to dox yourself, so like don't answer, but I am definitely curious like which studio and stuff it is. But please don't dox yourself. That is just me non-streamer brain thinking. If you never cringe at your past self, you either peaked too early or you didn't improve, so it is a sign of growth. True! That is a good thing as well. It's always really good to go back to like your old stuff and just like look it over. See like any mistakes you made. It's very good to self-analyze. Blair, what is it, Curse? Did I fuck something up? Your little dot dot dots give me a little anxiety. My case is special because I'm using a speech-to-text program. Sometimes just miss something because of my dyslexia. That's also fair. I keep forgetting that you use a text-to-speech. I know text-to-speech is very fucking unreliable. I have a lot of trouble getting like Alexa or like Siri to interpret my words correctly, especially if I do not feel like enunciating that day, because it does not like slurred Newfie accents. Oshinoko or Roshidere should be the answer. Currently working on those two. I love Oshinoko so much. Oh, that's so cool. It is such a beautiful anime, like visually. I love it. That's so cool, Senshi. I don't know Roshidere though. I will have to look into that one as well. Cause gosh, Oshinoko, like the eyes especially, are just so mesmerizing. I adore it so much. Is it a good or bad sign that Duolingo emailed me? Nobody ignored me for long. Yeah, Duolingo does that. I know I have like, I think my streak is like 930 days on Duolingo or some shit. So I think Duolingo's been pretty happy with me for the most part. Studio is Doga Kobo I'm working for. That's so cool. That's so fucking neat. I've always been like way too fucking scared of working in a studio. That shit is terrifying to me. Like I can do self stuff. I can do like freelance. But when it comes to like working with a studio and having to get people to like approve stuff and just that is like top tier artist anxiety for me. I would always feel like what I make would like probably never be good enough, and I'm just like, oh. So anyone who does like studio work, I am always so impressed by. Fucking hell, 930 days. Yeah, let me it'll stop my tracking for a second, but I can tell you the exact days. Oh, I was off by a couple. We're up to 960 days on my Duolingo, actually. So just 40 more and I will be up to 1,000. It'll be over 3 years. Actually, no. Yes, no. Yes? No, I think it's still gonna be under 3 years. Yeah, just for a little bit. I'll get to 3 years eventually. 1,095 is 3 years? Thank you. I knew it was a little over 1,000. I was too lazy to do the math because there's like varying days in a year, but it's usually 365, but blah. Math. Depends, use a lot of the time, tune it to my voice. I probably have a lot more accurate and can understand you forgetting I have dyslexia because so I have to make Wells text. Yeah. I imagine voice to speech is like really good for dyslexia though. Because I know I have friends who also have dyslexia and I love them, but sometimes it can be a little difficult to understand what they were trying to say, and I'm like, can you rephrase my apologies? And they're like, yeah. Love when eyes are different and stylish is one of the coolest things about anime style for me. Yes! I love how much like anime style can just like vary and change so much. I had the same feeling at first, but after some time got used to it, and my fellow colleagues and even the director, such chill people, that's so good. But dude, I would be so terrified. I'd be like fucking shitting my pants, bro. I get anxious enough just like talking to my commissioners for approval for things. Cause like I send a whip and I'm like, I hope they like it, I hope they like it, I hope they like it. And then I get like so nervous that they're gonna want to like change like a million things, but most of the time they don't. Usually it's just like 1 or 2 like small changes, and I'm like, yeah, I could do that. But I'm glad that everyone with you is like super chill. That's like the best thing you can like really ask for in a work environment. Just want to get to 100. I believe in you. Keep that streak up. See if you can beat my streak one day if I lose my streak. Also, thank you for the head pats, Riveras. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I think it's about time I stop yapping and go find someone to go raid for the day. Who to go with, who to go with, who to go with. You want to go for another person doing art, ideally, just because I love supporting my fellow artists, and today was a very art-focused stream. So let's see. Let's see. We can pick... Gosh, we have so many options to pick from. Gosh, I was so close to rating one person because I was like, oh, their art's so pretty. Who are they? And then I was like, oh wait, I actually know that person. I wanna rate someone new, ideally. Oh, we have someone doing watercolor. Okay, they're not a VTuber, but we're gonna rate them anyway because I have so much respect for traditional artists. And they're doing watercolor, and I love watercolor. Okay, and it looks like they don't have follow-only mode, and they're actually talking, so this is perfect. I found our target. Their name is Oak Tea Party. Also, thank you for the follow, Senshi. Thank you, thank you. I hope to see you around more often. Because I know you came in like just like at the end, but I hope to see you in more streams. I do tend to stream a bit earlier, so if I don't see you for a long time, that's probably why. But fingers crossed. Da-da-da. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message about a suggestion earlier. I have found my target. Thank you for the stream, of course! And thank you everyone for coming. I can speak. Thank you everyone for joining stream today. And thank you especially everyone who put in their art pieces for critique because I would not be able to do this kind of stream without that. And thank you people who did the little assigned homework exercises because I get really, really happy when you guys do that too. Fellow watercolor artist, that works too? Yeah! Okay, so let's get that raid set up. So we're gonna go raid Oak Tea Party. Thank you everyone for today. I hope you eat lots of tasty food and drink lots of water. And remember to get lots of rest. Take care of yourself. Do something nice for yourself or something nice for someone else. And let us go raid Oak